There.
I like this little approach over here. Because
You need a microphone.
I haven't had to call and Sherry's desk one time.
Well, there is one.
It'll amplify.
There needs to be a recording.
No, I agree. That's what that was. We told them that's what we wanted, and that's not what we got.
So there's a guy who runs there about the autopsy report that put down the branches and tips. I think they sealed. It's either sealed. I was contacted by someone last night who I want to consult with on this case, but she has those notices that she was going to talk about this case. I don't know if they're going to be able to take it or not, so I want to consult with her for her expertise, but I have a strong feeling she's going to use it. Otherwise, after she does it.
Will she wait till after? State ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Defense ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
You want to get your next witness on the way?
Yes. Have her come in, Your Honor.
It's basically what we do.
Yeah. And not necessarily that way.
Hey, we're ready for payment. Bye.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You're still under oath. All right, please bring your drink.
One stand. You may be seated, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday when we left, I gave you certain admonitions. Does any juror have anything to report about those admonitions? If you do, raise your hand. Let the record reflect, no, none of the jurors have raised their hands.
Good morning, Ms. Hawkins.
Good morning.
I personally apologize that we've had to
carry you over to the second day. I know that's hard for you.
Mhm.
Certainly wasn't purposeful. I want you to know that. We heard a lot of testimony yesterday that you were one of Megan's closest friends. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah.
And that you had known her for some time, even through high school years,
Mhm.
before Evelyn was born.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. And I imagine that you got to know Megan quite well.
Mhm.
And you were around when Evelyn was born.
Mhm.
Spent a lot of time with Megan and both Evelyn,
Mhm.
the first year of Evelyn's life. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
And during any of that time in those 12 months, first 12 months up till Evelyn's first birthday, did you ever see any signs of abuse or neglect on Evelyn?
The only thing that I ever really noticed was every now and again I would look back and she wouldn't be buckled up correctly, but we would just buckle her up.
Understand. I guess what I'm saying is you never saw any injuries on Evelyn that gave you concern.
No.
You never saw anything on Evelyn. She appeared to be thriving well. You didn't have any concerns that she wasn't being fed or cared for.
No.
You didn't have any concerns that she was being physically abused.
No.
And I imagine, regardless of your relationship with Megan, had you suspected those, it's quite clear yesterday from your testimony you loved Evelyn, you wouldn't have stood for that regardless of your relationship with Megan, would you?
No.
Okay. And in this time that you were spending with Megan, did you ever hear Megan say or indicate that she didn't love Evelyn?
No.
Did you ever hear Megan say or indicate that she no longer wanted Evelyn and would maybe consider giving her up for adoption?
No.
Did you ever hear Megan say that Evelyn was an inconvenience on her life?
No.
You're familiar with Megan's background and her family situation.
Mm-hmm.
You're aware that Megan was in foster care, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that Evelyn was born while Megan was in foster care. And would it be fair to say that the one consistent love in Megan's life was Evelyn?
Yes.
Above everything, her family?
Yeah.
And we're going to object to her being able to get into the defendant's head on how she's feeling about people in her life.
The way the question is phrased, I'll sustain.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Well, were you aware that Megan had some fractured or broken relationships?
Yes.
Did it appear that Evelyn was the one constant thing that brought Megan joy?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, were you aware that, do you know who Tommy Boswell, do you know who Tommy Boswell is?
Yes.
That's Megan's father.
Mm-hmm.
You familiar with his girlfriend?
Yeah.
Do you have personal knowledge that Tommy's girlfriend wanted to spank Evelyn?
Objection.
sanding car over there.
Ms. Hawkins, and all the time that you spent together with Megan, Megan, did you ever see her spank or hit Evelyn?
No.
Judge, that's all the questions we have.
Redirect.
Nothing, Your Honor.
She's free to go.
I, Judge, I mean, I don't oppose that.
I can have just 1 second. I do have one question, Your Honor. Bailey, did you know Hunter Wood?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that the defendant, Megan Boswell, was in a relationship with Hunter Wood?
All right, objection overruled.
Thank you. And were you aware that they were in a relationship?
Yes.
Okay. Did you personally ever see Hunter around baby Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Recross.
None, Your Honor.
She's released from her subpoena.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Hawkins, thank you for your testimony. You're released from your subpoena. You're free to go.
All right. Thank you.
All right, next.
The state would call Crystal Crawford.
What was that last name?
Crawford, CRAWFORD.
Raise your right hand. State your name.
Crystal Crawford.
You solemnly swear affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, all truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Have a seat right there.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Amber.
Tell the jury your name and where you're employed.
Crystal Crawford at the Econo Lodge in Kingsport, Tennessee.
Okay. Is that located on Airport Parkway in Kingsport?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long have you been employed there?
I have been working there almost 10 years.
Okay. What is your title there?
Front desk clerk.
Can you give us a brief description of your job duties at the Econo Lodge?
Front desk, laundry, some days housekeeping also. Just whatever needs to be done. I do all his management paperwork and all that.
Okay. So those duties include things like checking in and checking out guests.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm assuming Econo Lodge creates records and maintains those records at the hotel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you enter information to the hotel, is it into like a computer system that's maintained?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those records preserved for a certain amount of time?
Yes, I believe up to 5 years.
Okay. When you create these records, is it essentially the same procedure each time?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna pass you a document.
Okay.
You could take a look at that and see if you recognize it.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, can you tell us what it is?
It is a check-in and check-out slip on Megan Boswell.
Okay, and have you seen that document before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how was this document generated?
In order for this to generate, the guest has to come in and check in and provide ID. And then we give them the room keys and they sign a registration card stating that they were present at the property.
Okay, and was this particular document run, a search was essentially run on Megan Boswell's name, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this part of your record keeping that was kept and maintained in the normal course of business at the Econo Lodge?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd be asked that made exhibit number 84.
Before we do 86.
Thank you. I'm waiting for this screen to,
You're fine.
sorry, Judge. Permission to publish?
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Crawford, you should be able to see this on your screen as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is this the document you were just referencing that was produced at the Econo Lodge?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You recognize Megan Boswell's name as having been at the Econo Lodge on 3 dates in 2019 and 1 day in 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell the jury the dates that Megan Boswell checked in and out of the Econo Lodge in 2019?
She checked in on 10/11/2019, checked out on 10/12/2019, checked in on 12/14/2019, checked out on 12/15/2019, checked back in on 12/15/19, checked out on 12/16/2019.
Okay. And then she had one more, it looks like on January 6, 2020. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And if I could please have exhibit number 83 passed to the witness, please. It's
Would you like to see
Oh.
the next one? Let's see.
okay, Ms. Crawford, you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and can you tell us what that document is?
It is a registration card for Bailey Hawkins.
Okay, and what was the date of check-in and check-out on that?
February 22nd of 2020 and checked out on February 23rd of 2020.
Okay, all right, you can pass that back to the clerk. Thank you. Do you know who the defendant Megan Boswell is?
Not personally, no, just from coming into the motel.
Okay, so you recognize her from coming into the motel.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you recognize her because of this case, or did you recognize her before Evelyn was reported missing?
No, she came into the motel a few times before I ever even knew that her baby was missing. And of course, I didn't speak to her very much in the first couple of times she stayed. But after a couple of times, you know, the guests get familiar to you. So I did spark up a conversation with her. I think it was around the third time of her staying there.
Okay. And you recall her staying at the Econo Lodge during those months that we just went through of December 14th and December 15th, which would have been, I guess, that third day, December 15th
Yes, ma'am.
of 2019. And did you talk with her at all during that time?
Like I said, about the third time,
Okay.
I spoke up, you know, a conversation with her probably for about 20 minutes or so, maybe a little longer than that.
Okay. Were you aware that if she had a child?
Not until the third time.
Okay. And how were you made aware that she had a child that third time?
because of the conversation we were having. I can't really remember a lot of details. It's been so long ago, but I can't remember if she brought it up or I brought it up. I really can't remember.
Okay, and what did she say about her child?
She told me that she was with her father.
Okay. So is it fair to say you never saw Evelyn at the hotel with Megan Boswell?
No, ma'am, I never saw her.
Do you recall seeing Megan Boswell at the hotel with anybody else ever?
No, ma'am.
Okay. One minute. During the times that you saw the defendant, the 2 times in December and the 2 times in January, did she ever appear to be crying?
No, not that I can remember.
Did she ever give appearance of being scared or worried?
No, ma'am, not that I can remember.
Did she ever express any concern to you about the safety of her daughter?
No, ma'am, not that I can remember.
All right. Please answer any questions the defense has for you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
No questions. Ms. Crawford, thank you for your testimony today. You're released from your subpoena, ma'am. You're free.
Thank you.
State would call Caitlin Jones.
Raise your right hand, man. State your name.
Caitlin Carter.
Solemnly swear from testimony back to you the truth, whole truth, and nothing.
Yes, sir.
Scoot up close to the microphone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just realized I called you Caitlin Jones. You are now Caitlin Carter. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I apologize. Okay, so you told the jury your name. Where do you live?
Kingsport.
Okay. Do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you know her?
We were friends in college.
Okay. And if you can, I'm going to ask you to maybe pull that microphone just a little bit closer. There you go. Thank you. You were friends in college. When you were in college or when she was in college?
When I was in college.
Okay. And when did you first meet her?
Middle school.
Okay. Did you continue to stay friends from middle school until you were in college?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you reconnect at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was when you were in college, I guess?
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
So during that time, is that when you met Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that means you've met Evelyn in person.
Yes.
Okay. How many times do you think you have been around Evelyn?
4 or 5 times.
Okay. And are those times that when you were hanging out with Megan Boswell
Yes,
as
ma'am.
well? Okay. When you hung out with Megan, was Evelyn usually with her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you ever recall seeing Megan when Evelyn was not with her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when was that?
The end of our friendship.
Okay. Which was when?
The 1st of December.
Okay. So then you're saying you saw Megan without Evelyn the 1st of December.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Prior to that, well, let me rephrase. Before, when you say the 1st of December, do you mean the first day of December or do you mean the first part of December?
The first part.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we were clear on that one. Okay. So prior to the first part of December, do you recall ever seeing the defendant without Evelyn?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall going to Chili's with Megan Boswell at one point?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember when that was?
The end of my college semester,
Okay. And do you know when that would have been?
around the 1st of December.
Okay. Who was there when you went to Chili's that day?
Me, Megan, and Evelyn.
Okay. Anyone else?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you sit at a table or a booth?
Booth.
Okay. And did you sit beside anyone?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so Megan and Evelyn were on one side of the table and you were on the other.
Yes, ma'am.
What was your impression of Evelyn that day?
She was dirty, and I could smell her across the table.
Okay. Have you been around babies before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was she beyond what a normal dirty baby would be?
Yes, ma'am.
Sustained.
You said you've been around other babies. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on your personal experience with other babies, did you consider Evelyn dirtier than what your experience was with other children?
Based on my personal opinion, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you tell us how? Can you describe it for us?
Her face and hands were dirty, and her clothes were dirty.
Okay. Do you recall when Megan started working at the chicken shack?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you recall if she was dating anyone when she started working at the chicken shack?
Not when she started.
Okay. When did she start dating someone shortly after?
About a week or two after.
Okay. And who was that?
Hunter Wood.
Okay. So around this time, did you notice anything different about the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me what you noticed?
She was spending a lot more time with the gentleman and not Evelyn.
Okay. After this time, when she's dating Hunter Wood, did you see Evelyn with Megan Boswell at any time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you see Hunter with Evelyn at any time?
No, ma'am.
Did you have concerns at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you talk with other people about it?
I don't believe so.
Okay. What were your concerns?
It was strange that Megan Boswell was not with Evelyn because she was always with Evelyn up until this point.
Okay. Did you notice Megan doing things without Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
What types of things?
Usually things that you would take your children, such as vacations, going to the aquarium.
December. We'll pass you 2 photographs.
Thank you.
Take a look at those and see if you recognize them.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, can you tell me what it is?
Megan sent me those when her and Hunter and a few other people went to the aquarium.
Okay, and so you got those personally sent to you from Megan.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is a photograph of?
Megan and Hunter Wood at the aquarium.
Your Honor, we'd ask that to be made exhibit number 85.
Any objection?
No.
You would call.
Judge, I would say that these photos are cumulative. They're essentially the same photo. According to them, but I would note they're cumulative.
If they're going to be introduced separately, I mean, they should be introduced separately. They shouldn't be introduced as a cumulative.
Okay. You want to do 85 and 86, Your Honor? permission to publish, Your Honor. Caitlin, is this one of the pictures you received from Megan Boswell? Was it via text?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did she indicate that Evelyn was with her that day?
No, ma'am.
Did she send you any pictures of her with Evelyn that day?
No, ma'am.
Did she seem to be upset at all that day when
No,
she
ma'am.
sent you these pictures? Okay. Did she also send you this photograph from that same day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you tell me what the date is that's behind her on the photograph? Can you read that?
On the top,
Yeah.
it says 2019.
Okay. And you may not recall, but if you do you remember when those photographs were sent to you?
I do not recall.
Okay. Would it have been after early December?
Yes,
I mean,
ma'am.
because it would have been, you said she started dating Hunter 1 to 2 weeks after the beginning of December. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So is it fair to say it was at least 1 to 2 weeks after mid-December?
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So for mid-December is, well, let me say this. Prior to Thanksgiving of 2019, did Megan talk a lot about Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you see her post a lot about Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What about mid-December? Is she still doing that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. At some point, did you ask her where Evelyn was?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said that she was with her father.
Okay. When you say her father, do you know who do you think she was talking about, or who was she talking about?
She was speaking of Ethan.
Okay. Did she say why Evelyn was with Ethan?
Yes, ma'am.
What did she say?
She said that Ethan came home and got emergency custody.
Okay. Did she ever show you any paperwork?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did she ever say why?
Ethan seen photos of Evelyn with a bruise on her head, and he used that.
Okay. And the defendant told you that?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay. So we're going to go back to that. Did Megan say why Ethan had taken emergency custody of Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did she say?
She said that Ethan had saw photos of Evelyn with a bruise on her forehead.
Okay. You said she never showed you paperwork of custody.
No, ma'am.
Okay. How many times did she tell you that Evelyn was with Ethan?
A few times.
Okay. Was that in person or via text?
Both.
Okay. So do you remember seeing Megan around Christmas?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where did you see her?
We met at the Pinnacle in Bristol.
Okay. Was Evelyn with her?
No, ma'am.
Did you talk to her about Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
What did she say?
She still said that Ethan had her.
Okay. And do you remember Megan getting a phone call while you were talking to her that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know who called her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Who called her?
Her father.
Okay. And we're not going to be able to say what he said to her, but what did Megan say to her father over the phone?
She told her father that she would be getting Evelyn back around the 1st of February.
Okay. During this entire time, did Megan ever seem upset?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever see her cry?
No, ma'am.
Did she seem worried about Evelyn?
No, ma'am.
Did she ever seem concerned about Evelyn's safety?
No, ma'am.
Please answer any questions the defense has for him.
Okay.
Morning, Ms. Jones. My name's Gene Scott. How are you?
I'm doing well. It's Miss Carter.
Oh, Ms. Carter.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I got it wrong. Did it used to be Ms. Jones?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So how often were you around Megan, let's say in 2019? Would you consider yourselves close friends during that time period?
Yes, sir.
How often would you see her?
About twice a month.
Twice a month. And you described a meal, I think was it Applebee's?
Chili's.
Chili's. When was that meal?
Around the 1st of December.
You say around the 1st of December. Can you be more specific? And let me ask you this way. You equated it to your college semester or your earlier testimony.
Mhm.
Had you taken your exams? Were you waiting to take exams? What part of the end of the college semester were you at?
She actually took me out to eat for celebration of finishing my exams.
So the exams were in December.
Yes, sir.
That's typical, I think, of a college schedule, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So this would have been sometime, say, after the 5th or 6th, maybe?
I would say so.
Okay. Do you know what day of the week it was?
I do not.
Would have been a weekday.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Carter, you described Evelyn as being dirty that day.
Yes, sir.
Had you ever seen Evelyn dirty before?
No, sir.
Did you ever see any signs of abuse?
No, sir.
Did Megan seem like a loving mother to you?
Yes, sir.
Did she seem devoted to Evelyn?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see her neglect her in any way?
No, sir.
Would be fair to say that at some point your friendship with Megan ended?
Yes, sir.
When did that occur?
Around the 1st of January.
And did that have anything to do with Evelyn?
No, sir.
Why did your friendship end?
She lost or misplaced her phone and did not have a way to communicate with me.
Okay, so y'all just quit talking.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Carter, just so we know, your exams, were after Thanksgiving?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in 2019, Thanksgiving, I believe, was on the 28th of November. Does that sound right to you?
Yes.
So your exams would have been sometime the first week of December. Monday was the 2nd of December. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
How many days would your exams been?
That whole last week of college.
Okay. So the last day of that week is the 6th of December.
Is that on
That's
Friday?
a Friday.
Okay.
Okay. Would that have been the day your exams ended?
Yes.
Is that the day you ate?
I cannot recall.
You said you ate it. Did you eat on the last day of exams or just after the last day of exams?
It was the last day of exams.
Okay. So if the last day of exams were on the 6th, it would have been on the 6th.
I guess I'm gonna ask if he wants to, we need to probably check that schedule so she doesn't get confused on the dates she's talking about.
Judge, can we approach? Ms. Carter, you are certain that the meal was after your exams, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're also certain that the exams were after Thanksgiving?
Yes, sir.
No doubt in your mind?
No, sir.
You have no memory issue with that?
No, sir.
You just can't remember what day in December it would have been?
Yes.
You would agree with me that your exams were definitely in December?
Yes, sir.
And do you know for sure they ended on Friday?
Yes.
Okay. So it would have been the first Friday of December.
It was before Christmas.
Do you think they ended the first week of December?
Maybe the second.
So they could have ended, the meal could have been no earlier than sometime the first week of December, or maybe even into the second.
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have any difficulty in remembering that whatsoever?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Redirect, Your Honor. Do you remember giving an interview to law enforcement? Can we have just a second, Your Honor? Caitlin, do you remember the last time that you saw Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, when was that?
It was the day we went to Chili's.
Okay. I know Mr. Scott was throwing a lot of dates out at you. How do you, let me ask it this way. Was that before or after Megan started working at the Chicken Shack?
That was after.
Okay. How long after?
3 or 4 weeks.
Okay. So you think that that was after she had started dating Hunter?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
No, sir.
Did she be released from the scene?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Ms. Carter, thank you for your testimony today. You're released from your subpoena.
Thank you, sir.
student called Gail Kite.
State your name.
Gail Kite,
You solemnly swear affirm testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Have a seat right here.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so we get that you're spelling your name spelling correct. Your last name is spelled Kyte. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And where do you live?
Roan Mountain.
Okay. And do you know Megan Boswell?
I do.
Okay. How do you know her?
I was her foster mother for 4 months.
Okay. Do you know what year that was in?
2018 to February of 2019.
Okay. Do you know how old Megan was when she came to live with you?
17.
Okay. And do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out to us, please? Okay. And I'm going to ask that you describe what she's wearing, please.
Looks like a black and white shirt.
Okay. We had asked the record to reflect she's identified the defendant. Were you also living in Roan Mountain during 2018?
I was.
Okay. Was Megan pregnant when she came to live with you?
She was.
Do you may not, but do you recall how far along she was?
7 months.
Okay. And do you remember when Evelyn was born?
I do.
Okay. What month was that?
November
Of 2018?
2018.
Okay. And did Megan and Evelyn continue to live with you during that time?
They did.
Okay. Did Evelyn appear to be developing normally?
She did.
Okay. I'm assuming you have children of your own.
I do.
Any concerns, based on your own personal experience, that you had with Megan caring for Evelyn?
No,
Okay. Everything seemed to be appropriate?
it did.
Okay. And did Megan take Evelyn to all of her pediatric appointments?
Yes,
How did she get there during the time she was living with you?
I took her.
You took her? Okay. To your memory, did you take her to all of those appointments?
While she was living with me.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you've already said they lived with you about 4 months and
Mhm.
she moved out in February 2019. Is that
Okay.
right?
That's correct.
And do you know where they moved?
To her father's home.
Okay. That'd be Tommy Boswell?
Yes,
Okay. Did you continue to have contact with her after they moved out?
I did.
Okay. How did you keep in contact?
Most of it was Facebook, texts, calls.
Okay. And do you remember Megan bringing Evelyn to visit you in September of 2019?
I do.
Okay. And would Evelyn, so she wasn't quite 1 year old at that point, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Was Evelyn walking yet?
She was toddling.
Okay. So still occasionally holding on to things, but letting go occasionally, or did she wasn't letting go yet?
She was letting go. She was taking a step or two on her own.
Okay. And again, this is right before, 2 months before her first birthday. Did she appear to be developing normally?
She
Did
did.
she appear healthy?
She did.
Okay. After that visit in September, do you remember Megan contacting you regarding babysitting?
She did.
Okay. And do you remember when that was? What month that was?
She reached out to me several times. The first time was in August. She was wanting to go to school.
Okay.
And then she reached out to me, I want to say again, towards the end of December.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay. I'm going to show you a document, see if that helps you with your date a little bit. Okay. Do you we won't be able to say what it is quite yet, but do you recognize that document?
I do.
Okay. What is it?
That's text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. And what is the date of those messages?
December the 3rd of 2019.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation that you had with her via text or Facebook Messenger on that date?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that to be made exhibit number 87.
Any objection? No, sir. Before we send it.
And permission to publish. Your Honor. Okay. Okay. Gail, can you read that okay?
I can.
Okay. So is this one of the times that Megan was looking for a babysitter?
It was.
And what did she say to you there on December 3rd, 2019?
She says, do you think your sister would babysit and let me pay her at the end of the week? I just got a job and won't get paid until next week. I just started today.
Okay.
And I told her, yes, I knew she would.
Okay.
She said, what's her number? Sometimes, mommy gets sick and she already keeps her for school. I talked to her. She said that was fine.
Okay. So essentially, she's indicating that Sue can babysit. Is that right? And Sue is your sister?
She is.
Okay. And then what do you say to Megan?
Sue wants you to call her. She wanted to know if you had a pack and play you could bring.
Okay. And what does Megan say?
I'm at work. Yes, I have one.
Okay. Does that help refresh your memory a little bit on the date?
It does.
So it would have been early December, not
Mhm.
late December?
Correct.
Okay. Now, is there a reason you were not able to babysit?
I had broken some ribs. I had 2 broke ribs.
Okay. And so you essentially gave her the name of your sister, Sue Witson.
Correct.
Where does Sue live? Or where did Sue live at the time?
In Elizabethton.
Okay. Does she still live in Elizabethton?
She does.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did Sue in fact babysit Evelyn a few times?
She did.
Around the same time, do you remember talking to Megan about, excuse me, a new boyfriend that she had?
I do.
Do you remember what that boyfriend's name was?
Hunter Wood.
Okay. And did Megan ever reach out to you about Hunter Wood?
She did.
Okay. And do you remember when that was?
December the 22nd.
Okay. How do you remember that date?
It was a Sunday. There was a church play, and we were getting ready to go, and she wanted me to meet Hunter.
Okay.
And I told her that we were getting ready to leave for church. So she said that they would meet us at the church.
Okay. What type of play was it at church?
A Christmas play,
Okay.
children's Christmas
Okay.
play.
And did Megan and Hunter actually come to church that day?
They did.
Did they have Evelyn with them?
They did not.
Did you ask Megan where Evelyn was?
I did.
And what did she say?
She told me that Ethan had her, that they were sharing custody.
Okay. Did she appear sad when she told you that?
She seemed fine.
Okay. Did she act like anything was wrong that day?
No.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought they were discussing it. Take a moment to look at that and see if you recognize it. Do you
I
recognize
do.
that? Okay. Can you tell me what it is?
It's text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. And what date were those messages sent?
January the 13th.
Of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan on that date?
It is.
Ronna, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 88.
Objection?
Yes, sir.
Full exhibit 88.
Permission to publish? Okay. So it looks like you start this conversation by asking how she and Evelyn are doing. And what does Megan say in response?
Good. Ethan has half custody now.
Okay. And then you respond, I almost bought Evelyn a beautiful dress at Cracker Barrel, wasn't sure what size. And what does Megan say in response?
She wears 18 months now. Isn't that crazy? Hunter and I can come when we get off work. Ethan has Evelyn until Friday, though.
Okay. And continuing the conversation.
I told her, wait until Thursday. We're having a DCS home inspection tomorrow, and I'm cleaning and getting ready. It makes me nervous.
Okay.
LOL.
Okay. And what does Megan say in response?
Don't be nervous. You and Rick are hands down the best foster parents anyone could ask for. In a lot of ways, you are my family more than my actual family.
Okay. And what did you say?
Thank you. We love you and that baby. Is Ethan out of the Army?
And then what does Megan say?
We love you. And yes, he is.
Okay. We're going to move forward to February of 2020. We are not going to be able to say what somebody told you, okay? Do you remember, though, being contacted by someone named Shirley Boswell Lowry?
I do.
And who is this person?
Megan's aunt.
Okay, how did she contact you?
First by Facebook Messenger, and then I asked her to give me a call.
Okay, and give me just 1 second. Had you ever been contacted by her before?
No.
Okay. Okay. So again, we're not going to be able to talk about what she told you, but what did you tell her about what Megan had told you?
I told her that I didn't know where Evelyn was. I also told her that last time I'd spoken with Megan that she had told me Ethan had half custody of Evelyn.
Okay. And did you have Evelyn?
I did
I know
not.
that may be a crazy question, but you did not.
No.
Okay. What did you do? Based on that conversation, what did you do?
I tried calling Megan.
Okay. And did you call her phone?
I did.
Okay.
And I got a hold of Tommy. Megan's dad,
okay.
had her phone.
Okay. And what did you tell Tommy?
I was looking for Megan, and then he discussed the same thing Shirley
Okay, yeah,
had
we-
discussed.
And we won't be able to get into what he said. We can only essentially get into something that maybe Megan told you or something that you say yourself. I know it's a little confusing. Okay, so essentially you call Megan's phone, but Tommy answers.
Correct.
Okay, and you were essentially trying to get in touch with Megan. You didn't get in touch with her that way, so what did you do next?
I texted her by Facebook.
Okay. And did she respond to you?
She did. She
Okay.
said she didn't have a phone. She couldn't talk, that it had to be by text message.
Okay. And was that Facebook Messenger?
It was.
Okay. Did you contact anyone else that day?
I did.
Who did you contact?
Constance Cole from DCS.
Okay. And who is Constance? How do you, is that through the
That-
foster care stuff?
It was.
Okay. And were you able to get in touch with Constance?
I could not. It was after hours, so I left her a message on her phone.
Okay. And what message did you leave?
I told her that Evelyn was missing.
Okay. So when is the last time you yourself saw Evelyn alive?
When she brought her to my home in September.
September. And that'd be September 2019. Okay. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
Good morning, Ms. Kite. My name's Gene Scott. How are you?
I'm fine. You?
I'm good, thank you. I want to talk to you just a little bit about, you came to know Megan when she came into your care in foster care.
That's correct.
She was pregnant at the time.
She was.
Did you go to doctor's appointments with her, take her there and stuff?
I did.
Okay. How did her pregnancy go? Did it seem to go normal?
It did. She was a little underweight, but she started putting on weight once she got there.
You said Megan was underweight when she came to live with you?
She was 7 months pregnant, and you couldn't even tell she was pregnant.
Goodness. Were you present for any medical procedures she received while she was pregnant?
No, not most. I would take her, but I would stay out in the lobby.
Do you know if she had any medical issues while she was pregnant?
No,
You don't know, or,
I don't know.
okay. Had you been told she had intrauterine growth restriction?
If we're object to hearsay.
Probably is. So you didn't witness any procedures?
No,
I feel like you're wanting to say more.
well, I do know that she.
Okay, don't. If, unless it's something you know of your own knowledge, you can't talk about it. I appreciate that. How did she act while she was pregnant? Did she take an interest in being healthy and having a healthy baby?
She did.
And I guess you were with her when she had the baby?
I was.
Okay, did she seem to take to the baby right away?
She did.
And I guess, basically you were helping her raise the baby when the baby was first born.
That's correct.
Was she loving to the child?
Very much so.
Was she devoted to the child?
Yes.
Did you ever see any issues of her neglecting or abusing the child?
Never.
After she went back to her, I guess she turned 18 when it aged out of foster care. Is that?
She was getting ready to turn 18, but she had got her a diploma, so they were letting her start trial visits, and then the trial visits led to her being going back to her father's home.
And how did Megan seem to take that going back?
She was fine with it.
Did you keep in touch with her?
We did.
Okay. Up through, you said the last time you saw Evelyn was in September of 2019, right?
Correct.
So up until that time, did you ever see any signs of abuse, neglect, or anything but a loving mother?
No.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Ms. Kite.
Nothing from the state.
It should be released.
From the state, yes.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Kite, thank you for your testimony today. Be released from your subpoena, Madam Secretary.
Good. We approach.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I didn't work out. That's the first time that came up.
Okay, are you next?
State will call, excuse me, Sue Witson.
Raise your right hand, and state your name for me.
Sue Witson.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
I need you to speak up. Okay.
Good morning. Okay. Your name is Sue Whitson,
Yes.
and is your last name spelled Whitson?
Yes.
Okay. Where do you live, Sue?
In Elizabeth.
Okay. And do you know Gail Kite?
Yes, I do.
Who is Gail Kite to you?
She's my sister.
Okay. And to your knowledge, has your sister taken in foster children through the years?
Yes.
Okay. And was Megan Boswell one of the foster children that came and lived with your sister for a while?
Yes.
And were you aware that Megan Boswell had given birth to a child named Evelyn?
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware that at some point Megan and Evelyn moved out of Gail's house and got their own place?
Yes.
Okay. And were you contacted by Megan to babysit Evelyn?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Do you remember how you were contacted by her?
Text message.
Okay. And did you actually babysit Evelyn
Yes.
for her?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember how many times?
I think maybe 3 or 4.
Okay. When you babysat, was it in your home or Megan's home?
My home.
Okay. So she would bring Evelyn to you in Elizabethton?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when you babysat?
I I think maybe the last week of November or the first week of December.
Okay. I'll pass you a document. See if you can identify it.
That's Evelyn.
That's Evelyn. And is that a photograph that you took?
Yes, it is.
Okay. When did you take that photograph?
I'm saying maybe about the second day I kept her.
Okay. All right. Is that a fair and accurate representation of what the photograph looked on the day you took it?
Yes.
Okay. We request that be made exhibit number 89.
No objection.
Full exhibit 89.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Well, I made it worse. I'm sorry.
Usually, a lot of
Yeah. Doesn't want to do that for me. Okay. Is this the photograph we were just talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so that photograph would have been taken, you said you babysat her last of November to early December.
Yes.
So this would have been taken around that time.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. And does Evelyn to you appear healthy here?
Pardon.
Was she healthy?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And was she walking?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the last day that you babysat Evelyn?
Pretty much.
Okay. Do you remember what time Megan picked Evelyn up that day?
It was late that night, say maybe 10:30.
Okay. And you may not recall, but do you recall the date?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did Megan indicate that she needed you to babysit again after that day?
No, she said that she wouldn't need me no more.
Okay. And did she tell you that when she picked Evelyn up, or did she tell you that later?
She told me later.
Okay. So when she picked her up, did you think you were going to be babysitting again?
Yes.
Okay. When did you learn you wouldn't be?
Maybe a couple days later, she got to where she wasn't bringing her.
She just wasn't bringing her?
No.
Okay. Okay. During the days that you watched Evelyn, did you have any concerns?
Yes.
Okay. What concerns did you have?
She had a terrible diaper rash.
Okay. When you say terrible, can you describe it, please?
It was just really like sore looking, had marks through it, maybe scratches. It's just really bad looking.
Okay. Have you kept other children Evelyn's age before?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So you feel like you've got pretty good experience
Yes.
with babies and toddlers?
Yes.
Okay. Did that seem more than the average diaper rash?
Yes.
And how?
It was just, I'd never seen a diaper rash look that bad.
Okay. Did you tell anyone about this?
Yes, I called Casey Kite
Okay.
or Casey Saltz.
Okay. And you won't be able to tell us what Casey said, but what made you tell Casey in particular?
She worked in a doctor's office.
Okay. Okay. When, for the days that you babysat Evelyn, was she clean and when Megan would drop her off?
No.
Okay. Can you tell us what Evelyn was like when she would be dropped off by Megan.
She was dirty. She smelled like urine. I would give her a bath and clean her up.
Okay. And was that every time that you babysat was like
Yes.
that? Okay. What about her clothing? Was her clothing clean?
No, it was dirty.
Okay. What about her face? Was her face clean?
No, it was dirty.
Okay. Pass the document to you. Take a moment to look at it, see if you recognize it.
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
Text between me and Megan.
Okay, what's the date of that?
December the 21st.
2019?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation between you and Megan on that date?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 90.
No, sir. Full exhibit 90.
Okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor? Okay. Before I put this up, do you remember discussing with Megan about payment
Yes.
for babysitting? Had Megan paid you prior to this date?
No.
Okay. Why not? Did she say why she wasn't paying you?
She was supposed to be in a custody battle with, I guess, the baby's daddy.
Okay. Did she eventually pay you?
Yes, she
And
did.
how did she pay you?
She put it in a mailbox and sped out.
Okay. You said sped out?
Yeah,
Okay.
sped in her tires.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. I'm going to show you this conversation.
Yes.
It's okay. Okay. I was hoping it wasn't me. That's okay. Okay. Can you see that okay? Get a little bit bigger. Let's see here. There we go. Okay. So we've got the date of December 21st, 2019, and you're saying to her, I don't know why you don't want to pay me. I could sure use the money. I'm broke out of gas. Please pay me. I hope I didn't do something to make you mad. And what does Megan say to you?
She said, I'm sorry. My baby's daddy is taking me to court. I guess that's supposed to be a lot of problems lately. I'm on my way. I'll put it in your mailbox.
Okay. And then what does she say after that?
Sorry, I've been crying, or I would have stopped and talked. I'm sorry. It took me so long. It just been a process, and he has temporary custody of her. I've not gotten to see her in days.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So you please answer any questions that the defense might have for you, okay?
Good morning. My name is Gene Scott. How are you? How well did you know Megan?
Not well at all.
Okay. Did you ever interact with her when she was at your sister's home and was part of
No.
foster care?
No.
So how many times did you meet her?
Maybe 3.
Okay. And the picture you took, you said was the last time you kept Evelyn.
Yes.
When was that?
In,
I realize you may not have the exact date, but you know
in
the month?
December, I think.
Okay. Was it fair to say it was after Thanksgiving?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the day of the week it was?
I'm not sure.
Now, there was some talk, testimony, you said Megan later after that had told you that she wouldn't need you anymore. Is that right?
Yes.
You know, was that a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
I'm saying maybe 2 weeks.
Was it up around the time she paid you?
Yes.
She ultimately paid you, I think, for that babysitting in December.
Yes.
Was it around the 22nd, maybe? Does that ring a bell?
I'm thinking it was maybe the last week.
Up close to
I
Christmas?
mean, first week of December.
That's when you said that, okay.
Oh, that's what I was supposed to. Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
Not trying to confuse you, but your testimony was that you last watched her sometime in December. Okay.
Yes.
And then we've seen your text messages here. I think they were, can I withdraw the last exhibit, please? December the 21st is when you texted her asking her about the money.
Okay.
So would it have been after that she told you she wouldn't need you any further?
It could have been.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Can we have just a moment? We don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
May she be released.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Witson, thank you for your testimony. You're released from your subpoena, ma'am. You're free to go. We'll take about 15 minutes.
One stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
We had recess 15.
Court stands in recess. You may be seated. Thank you.
Right next one.
This table called Erica Stacy.
Raise your right hand, ma'am. You solemnly state your name, sir.
Erica Stacy.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
I do.
truth. Speak up and speak in your
Okay.
You ready? Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Take it. Okay, and your name is spelled Erica
Yes, ma'am.
Stacy, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Stacy, where do you live?
Kingsport, Tennessee.
Okay, and do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
I do.
How do you know her?
She dated my son, Caleb.
Okay, and do you remember when they dated?
It was spring of 2019.
Okay. Do you know how long they dated?
2 or 3 months.
Okay, and during that time, did you get a chance to meet Evelyn?
I did.
Okay. Can you recall how many times you met Evelyn, like in person, face to face?
It was a handful of times, probably no more than 10.
Did you have a relationship with Evelyn?
I feel like I did.
Okay. What was your relationship like?
I mean, I would see her when she would come to the house, and her and Caleb were hanging out.
Okay. So, what city did you say you lived in?
Kingsport.
Okay, so she would come to your house in Kingsport.
Yes.
Okay. During those 10 times-ish that you said you thought that you had seen Evelyn in person, was Megan always with her?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any time that you saw Megan where you did not see Evelyn? Yeah,
There
but
was-
let me ask it this way, before Thanksgiving of 2019?
No.
Okay,
No, they were pretty much connected at the hip.
okay. So every time you saw Megan, you saw Evelyn?
Yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, personally, did Megan ever allow anyone to babysit Evelyn?
Just family.
Okay. Did you ever babysit Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Did you ever offer to babysit?
Yes.
Okay. So you said did you say they were together just a few months?
Yes.
Okay. When they broke up, did you continue your relationship
I
with
did.
Megan? And why did you do that?
I wanted to help her.
Okay. Did that include Evelyn?
Yeah.
Okay. Why? Okay. Okay, do you remember Megan bringing Evelyn to your house in September of 2019?
Yes.
And do you remember why they came by that day?
I was putting decals on Maggie's car.
Okay. And just so the jury understands, you occasionally make things on like a machine?
Yes, on a Cricut.
Okay. So you'd made like vinyl stickers?
It
kind of?
was like a Chevy decal. We were covering her Chevy emblems.
Okay. And was Evelyn with her that day?
Yes, that was the deal that I wouldn't charge her for the decals if she brought Evie with her.
Okay, and so you just said Evie. Is that what you would call
That's what we called
Evelyn?
her. Yeah.
Okay. And did you ever see Evelyn again after that date?
Not that I remember.
Okay. September. Do you remember seeing Megan again in November of 2019?
Yes.
And do you remember why you saw her then?
I made Evelyn birthday shirts
Okay.
and a gift for her
Okay.
birthday.
Okay. And was that something you also did on your Cricut machine?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of when Evelyn's birthday was?
It was November 21st, I believe.
Okay. So this would have been for her first birthday?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you meet up with Megan to get those things to her?
I think she come by the house to pick them up.
Okay. Did she have Evelyn with her that day?
No.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and pass. Okay. Can we approach? Okay. Are there gloves up there, Miss Stacy?
Yes.
Okay, if you don't mind, grab a pair of gloves.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna pass up what has been labeled as piece of evidence that was
Okay.
in evidence with Sullivan County, okay?
Okay.
And the reason you need to wear the gloves is essentially to, well, there may be something, will the scissors work okay? Just be very careful when you cut the top of the package, just cut it across straight if you can, like.
Cut
the
across
opening
right
envelope.
up here?
Yes. Okay. And
Take it
then,
out?
yes, if you can go ahead and just take out what's in the envelope and don't show it to the jury yet, but see if you can identify that.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell me what it is?
It's the shirt that I made for Evelyn for her birthday.
Okay. Your Honor, I guess at this point, we would ask for it to be made Exhibit 91. One moment.
For identification.
For identification only. Okay.
If you could place it back inside the envelope for me. Thank you.
Erica, because of the rules, the way the rules are laid out, we can't yet show that. But I'm going to ask you, if you could, to please tell the jury what it looks like.
It was a blue long sleeve shirt that had the yellow baby shark on it. That was her favorite one.
Okay. And did you put anything personalized on it for?
It just talked about it being her first year, her 1 year birthday.
Okay. And you personalized that for?
I
Like
did.
You had put that
I
on
did.
to the, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm going to pass you, again, we're going to do the same thing. This is the last one.
Okay.
Okay. And again, just be, try to take care and cutting it, if you can.
Pull it all the way out.
Yes, if you can identify it without pulling it all the way out, that's fine. I want to see if you recognize it.
Yeah.
Okay, you do?
I know.
Okay. Can you tell us what it is?
It's a baby shark blanket that I had put Evelyn's name on in pink glitter.
Okay. And is that also what you had given to Megan?
For her birthday.
For Evelyn to wear for her first birthday, or to have for her first birthday?
Yeah.
Okay. And what color, did you say what the color of the blanket was?
Blue. It's got the baby shark characters on it.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we'd ask that to be offered as Exhibit 92 for identification only. So those two items, are those the two items that you gave to Megan before Evelyn's first birthday?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of those items?
This shirt was to be worn for her birthday party that I was told was being planned.
Okay.
And then the blanket was the gift.
The blanket was the gift. Okay, gotcha. Okay. During this time that you were around Megan, did she ever say anything about Evelyn that surprised you?
She would always say that Evelyn was mean as crap.
Okay. And is that the word she used, crap?
No, she would say mean as shit.
Okay. Did she say that more than once?
Yes.
Okay. And that would have been around the time that Evelyn was a year old?
Yes.
Okay. Why did that surprise you?
I was raised, you just don't say that about a child.
Was Evelyn a mean baby?
Not that I ever saw.
Okay. What type of baby was Evelyn?
Very happy, very smiley.
And do you recall trying to reach out to Megan to continue to try to see Evelyn again?
Yes.
Okay. And would Megan respond to you?
She did for a little bit, and then there was a time that she didn't respond.
Okay. Did you buy Christmas gifts for Evelyn?
I did. I bought gifts for Maggie and Evelyn.
Okay. And did you reach out to
I did.
Okay. And did she acknowledge when you reached out?
She did. She was supposed to come by our house on the 24th.
Okay. And did she come by?
She did not.
Okay. Did you see Megan again after Christmas?
I saw her in January.
Okay. So January of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you see her?
Her and Hunter came to my church twice.
Okay. And who was Hunter?
Hunter was her boyfriend at the time.
Okay. So she came to your church twice. Were both of those times in January?
Yes.
Okay. Did she have Evelyn with her either of those times?
No.
Did you find it strange that Evelyn was not with her?
Yes.
Why?
Because anytime I saw Maggie, for the most part, Evie was on her hip.
Okay. Did you ask Megan where Evelyn was each time you
Yes.
saw her in January?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
She told me she was with her father,
Okay. And did you know what his name was?
Ethan.
Okay. Do you remember when you saw them at church asking Megan what Evelyn thought about Hunter, Megan's new boyfriend?
Yes.
What did she say?
That they had not been around each other.
Okay. Did you ask that question both times that you saw her?
Yes.
And what did she say?
That they hadn't been around each other.
Okay. When you saw Megan at church those two times, did she ever seem to be upset about Evelyn not being around?
No.
Can you describe her demeanor?
She seemed happy.
Did she ever verbally express worry for Evelyn or her safety?
No.
Did she give you any indication that anything was even wrong with Evelyn?
No.
Okay. At some point, did you learn that Evelyn had been reported as a missing child?
Yes. They detectives just showed up at our house
Okay.
wanting to know where I was. And I was on my way to Knoxville taking my daughter to an appointment.
Okay. And is that how you learned that
Yes.
Evelyn was missing? Okay.
Mhm.
So not from Megan.
No.
Okay. So during the time that Evelyn's missing, did you see Megan Boswell again?
I did.
Okay. And do you remember where you saw her?
I picked her up at the Walmart in Bristol.
Okay. Do you remember what month that was?
I do not.
Okay.
I want to February maybe.
Okay. And why were you picking her up at Walmart in Bristol?
She said she didn't have anywhere to go.
Okay.
And I thought maybe she would talk to me if it was just me and her.
Okay. Because you felt like you had that kind of relationship?
I did.
Okay. What was your purpose in talking to her that night?
To see if she could tell me where Evie was, who had her.
Okay. And are you doing this while you're driving
Yes.
with her? Okay. And I'm assuming you asked her those questions
I did.
when you got in the car. What was her response to you about where Evelyn was?
She didn't know.
Okay. Did she ever tell you, did she mention Ethan? Because she told you about Ethan before. Did she mention Ethan that day?
It was that Ethan had her. Ethan had quit answering her calls, her text, wouldn't answer the door.
Okay. What was her demeanor in the car that night?
Emotionless.
Okay. Can you tell me what you mean by that?
There was nothing. Like most answers were, I don't know. And there were no tears. There was no frantic, what I think I would have been had my child been missing. There was none of that.
Overruled.
Thank you. Okay. Just to clarify, and this is after Evelyn had already been reported missing, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
During the time that you knew Megan, do you feel like you got to know her fairly well?
As best as I could.
So that would be from the time she started dating Caleb.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you said that was in spring of 2019. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Did you see Megan on the news interviews that she gave?
I did.
Okay. Did you watch those interviews?
Of course.
Was the Megan that you saw on those television interviews the same Megan that you knew?
No.
How was she different?
It almost seemed rehearsed, practiced. She just,
Okay.
I don't know how to describe that.
Okay. Okay. We can stop with that. Miss Stacy, give me just a second.
Okay.
I'm gonna pass you two papers. And ask if you recognize them.
I do.
Okay, what is it?
It's messages between myself and Maggie.
Okay, for what date?
January 8th, 2020.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with her on that date?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 93.
Any objection? Equal exhibit 93.
Thank you. Okay. Permission to publish? Okay. First one. You stated, I've been worried to death about you. Are you okay? Why did you send that message?
I mean, that's right in the midst of people looking for Evie. And I hadn't heard from her.
Okay. So Evelyn had not been reported missing yet at that point. So.
Then that was if I've not heard from her, because we talked quite a bit.
Okay. And then you asked her, did you and Evelyn have a good Christmas? And what did she say in response to you?
She says we did. Did me read all of that?
Actually, that's not verbatim. One moment, Your Honor. We approach.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have you go with the officer.
Everyone stand, please. Maybe see to thank you.
y'all get response.
We need to talk before we bring the jury in.
I think I declined them.
Oh, okay.
The jury's outside.
Judge, it appears what has happened, we have been admitting what I believe to be screenshots, what I think the court believed to be screenshots of text messages, which were ultimately a created document that were taken from a cell phone dump. We have, I don't know how many exhibits of that. Notice that on the last one, that exhibit, it came in admittedly without objection because I thought it was a screenshot of the cell phone dump. Or a screenshot, not of the dump itself, but of a screen. Hence screenshot. When the last exhibit was published to the jury, it contained a note that Mr. Horn noticed and led to our objection that contained a note made by the district attorney's office. It's already been up on the screen and published to the jury. I have concern now that all of these documents, and I have concern that there could be other errors that we haven't caught. At this point, I'm going to move the court for a mistrial.
Judge, a couple things in response. Some of those are I know the Instagram messages actually are screenshots of what was on the phone. So those are not. The other ones are taken from the either Facebook proceeds or text conversations that were dumped from the phones. They're identical. The only thing we've done is put them in a format that makes them look like what you would see if you were looking at Facebook Messenger or at a cell phone. That's the only thing. The one that was most recently up in front of the screen is admittedly not verbatim what was in the text, and that's what was caught. It's just human error in reviewing all this. But everything else is identical. They've all been read. Most of them have been read in court, and those messages and Facebook communications have Mr. Scott's had those for several years now and reviewed them. And if he disputes the veracity of them, he can sit there and go back through and check them word for word, but they're identical. There's nothing substantively that's been placed before the jury that's either inaccurate or misleading. The only thing that's not correct is that last one that was up on the screen. Otherwise, it's not a substance thing. It's just the fact of what they, the only thing we've changed is how they look on the screen. The profile pictures I told Mr. Scott, they're taken from Facebook Messenger. There's nothing, we haven't created any content as far as that's concerned. So there's nothing that's been put before the jury that's in any way misleading or inaccurate.
So the raw data was from the cell phone.
Correct. From the forensic extraction, yes.
And those were placed in, basically, you made a demonstrative
Correct.
evidence. Has the raw data been provided in discovery?
Oh, yes, Judge, that's been provided. They've had that for years.
And the demonstrative,
That was made available. Mr. Scott wanted, we had him and his investigators at our office several weeks ago. They wanted to look at it. We didn't specifically identify which things we were using, and as the trial's going on, some we've used and some we haven't used, so. But yes, they've been available.
Judge, I was not aware of that. We did meet with Mr. Harper, Ms. Massengill. They're very kind to have us up there, but you have to understand, we talked over generally what data we had. I don't remember talking over this demonstrative data. We do have the cell phone extraction. And as these are coming in, the way they look to me, I'm not raising a big stink at it at the time because it looks like screenshots. Picture's worth 1,000 words. And so we see this last one come in. But as far as someone sending me the demonstrative data and saying, we're going to use this or we have this, no. That's my understanding. Now, in everyone's defense, these files are huge. I can't tell you that I can say chapter and verse what's in every folder, and I doubt they can either. But at the same time, I find myself now in a position where we're in the middle of the trial. It would be near impossible to go back and compare all of these documents.
I don't think there's, Judge, I mean, if you want me to, I don't think it'd be that difficult for us to pull these messages from what they come in Facebook. And I mean, if you want to compare them, we can isolate those. I don't think that'd be difficult at all. I mean, it's not that many messages that have been admitted at this point.
well, since the raw data is being given, I'm not going to bring this trial because of the discovery. Now, I think if the extractions hadn't been provided, I would have to. The other question would be, do I need to declare a mistrial because the one inaccurate demonstrative aid is placed up on the monitor? And I will know that part of that message was not read to the jury. It was not read to the jury. And I know that General Massengill is the one that first brought to our attention the problem. So I'm not going to order a mistrial at this time for that. I will give a curative instruction that if any of the jurors read that last bubble for a few seconds it was up there, but to put that out of the mind and they're not to consider what was there. Now, my concern, so I'm going to deny the motion for mistrial for those two reasons. I don't find that there's manifest necessity to mistrial the case. Now, going forward. Well, I guess going forward, I'll just take any objections as they come. Since I can't give any advisory opinion.
How realistic do you think it would take us to go back?
I just don't want you to go talk about it.
Well, I mean, I don't take that long, a couple hours probably. Yeah, well. That's fine.
I think that's fine. I don't know. I don't from there forward, we identify that these are demonstrable.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Who we approach?
Yeah.
Who approach?
Yeah.
We're not proposing to start the trial. We're proposing to get the second. Afterwards. And then if there's a discrepancy. Is that satisfactory? I'm agreeing to the motion. The next page.
We need to make sure that we, because it's just that, yeah, we need to make sure that the screen, it's 2 digits. Check against if that one.
Yes,
Yeah. We know what time their lunch is getting in. We're on the way with it now. So, just keep that.
Oh, let me double check.
Well, we need to probably clarify that.
and
police
one of,
officers,
yeah,
they're also
yeah.
in court.
one of them is.
I assume mine is.
Okay.
So let them start that at 1 o'clock.
Now, you need to go through them over lunch,
That's-
pull out.
yeah.
Don't need to take them off, just pull out the screenshot.
Yeah.
No, most of them, yeah, most of them are not screenshots, actually. Most of them are Facebook screenshots.
Yeah, but there's some large screenshots. We probably don't need it.
No,
I don't think we put any screenshots in.
yeah, we
there.
did, Audrey gives.
Oh, we did, that's right, yeah.
I don't think those need to go back. It's just how big.
No.
We in recess?
I think so.
Are we in recess, Judge?
We will be in recess till 1 o'clock.
So do you
Oh, yeah.
want us to go
message, it was an error, everything else matches up. There are gaps in the conversations, which is concerning to me that they are not sequential. So the jury could be, I think the jury is left with a impression that these are screenshots. I think that's what several of us in the room thought when they were coming in. So without waiving my earlier motion for a mistrial, my suggestion would be if the court, since the court has denied that, the court craft a curative instruction to explain to the jury that these are not screenshots. These are text messages selected by the state, which are a portion of the text messages contained on a telephone download. I think that in fairness would at least let the jury know that this is, because for instance, there could be more conversation between Megan Boswell and the Hawkins, Bailey Hawkins. There could be more conversation between there, and it may not be relevant, but to make it look like they haven't had any more conversations between there, it's like they're talking about this and they're talking about it again. I think we just need for the jury to know that it's somehow, these are portions of conversations, and what the state is deemed to be relevant to their case.
And Judge, I don't have any problem with you giving them an instruction, telling them that's a portion. To the extent it anyway insinuates or infers that there's like stuff that's been left out that might otherwise. I mean, yesterday we were arguing about how cumulative everything was. I mean, part of the reason we didn't do that was to avoid having 20 pages of text messages read to the jury that had nothing to do with the case. So that's part of the reason why they were clipped the way that they were. But, you know, as Mr. Scott said, there's nothing that's been left out or any way misleads the jury in any way. So I have no problem with the court giving an instruction as to explain what those messages, that whether they're taken from Facebook or Instagram or text, are. I don't have any problem with that at all.
I'll do that when we bring the jury back in.
Your Honor, so far as Exhibit 93 goes, would that be for the exhibit in dispute? Would that be for ID only at this point?
For this, well,
I know.
I can't actually make it ID only at this point because it's been partially shown to the jury. I've got to talk with them about that as well. But what I will do is I will make it not published to the jury further.
Okay.
Okay. So Sherry, you need to make a note that 93 does not go back to the jury at the end of the plea.
Check to make sure in the clip.
Jerry, and I don't remember where it was done. Was the motion for mistrial, did we make that sidebar, or did you make that?
It was made for the lectern. It's in the record.
It's in, I just want to make sure. Okay. State ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
And I believe you were still on your directive, Ms.
Stacy.
Miss Erica Stacy.
Yep. We'll go ahead and have her. Jurors ready to bring them in.
Everyone stand. May be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the delay. We had an issue that we had to get sorted. The last exhibit that was flashed up on the screen, the very bottom blue box contains some information in there that shouldn't have been put up. I'm instructing you not, if you read it, it wasn't there long. If you read it, I'm instructing you not to consider it for any purpose during your deliberations. Does each and every juror understand that instruction? If you do, raise your right hand. The record reflects that all the jurors have raised their right hand. Now, the other thing I want to talk to you about just very briefly, and I'm not commenting on the evidence at all. Some of these exhibits appear to be screenshots of conversations, either text, Facebook, Instagram, whatever other social media platform that they're on. It is. And they're not actual screenshots. They are snippets of conversations taken from a phone extraction that was done. Okay, and I just want you to understand that. Which means that it's not necessarily a sequential stream of conversations back and forth. Does everybody understand that? No? All right. I think that's it. I believe Miss Stacy was on the witness stand. Will come up, Miss Stacy? Miss Stacy, you're still under it. No, you're still under it. Speak there and speak up in your mouth. All right, go ahead, Jim.
Okay, thank you. Give Mr. Scott just a second to look at them. Okay, I'm going to pass you a document to see if you recognize it.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, can you tell me what it is?
Messages between Maggie and myself.
Okay, and when you say Maggie, are you talking about Megan Boswell?
Megan, yes,
Okay.
sorry.
And what is the date of those messages?
January the 8th, 2020.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with her on that date?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 94, please.
Mr. Scott.
No objection.
Permission to publish?
Go ahead.
Okay, see if I can make that a little bit bigger. Okay. So what does Megan tell you at 4:34 on January 8th, 2020?
That her and Hunter are for sure coming tonight, meaning church. We tried to come on New Year's, but there wasn't a service.
Okay, what did you say in response?
I've been worried to death about you. Are you okay?
Okay, and then what did you say after that?
Did you and Evelyn have a good Christmas?
And then what did Megan say to you?
My phone is broken. LOL. We did. Did you all?
And the second part of that exhibit. And then how did you respond to Megan?
We sure did. I'll bring your presents tonight and give them to you. So are you and Hunter a couple?
And what did Megan say in response?
More or less, LOL. Ethan's leaving to go home tomorrow, so I won't have Evelyn tonight, but I'll bring her next week.
Okay. And what did you say to Megan?
Okay, what does Evelyn think of Hunter?
And what is Megan saying?
She's not really been around him much because Ethan's in and has had her a lot. He won't get another break until he's out in September.
I'm going to give you this one. I'm going to pass another document to you.
Okay.
I'm going to ask if you recognize it.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what it is?
Again, messages between me and Megan.
Okay. What's the date of those messages?
February 24th of 2020.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation on that date?
Yes.
Okay. We ask that be made exhibit number 95. Permission to publish.
Okay. Nice. Before exhibit 95.
So it looks like this happened after Evelyn had been, or you had been notified that Evelyn was missing. Is that right?
Mhm.
And what do you say to Megan?
Can you tell me who has or had Evelyn? I'm worried sick about her.
And then what does Megan say to you?
My mom did. That's why TBI was looking for that BMW and she's being questioned.
And then what did you say to Megan?
What did your mom do with Evelyn? The news said she wasn't with them.
And then what question do you ask Megan here?
Has she had her this entire time?
And what does Megan say?
Yeah, I'll talk to you later. I'm just trying to gather pictures of her, but thanks though.
Is that the first time she told you something different than Ethan
Yes.
having Evelyn? Okay. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
Okay.
Miss Stacy, my name's Gene Scott. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
Good. Thank you for asking. It's my understanding you knew Megan through her dating your son, Caleb.
Yes, sir.
When did they date?
It was spring of 2019.
So how old was Evelyn the first time you met her?
Oh, goodness. I honestly do not remember. It was early spring,
Okay, so sometime around March. Is that a fair estimate?
March or April. Yeah.
Okay. So she'd have been somewhere 4 to 5 months old
Yeah. I was going to say 5 or 6, maybe. I don't know.
because she was born in November. So if it
Right.
were 6, that would put the relationship into May. Was it that
Okay.
late?
I want to say they started dating somewhere around April.
Okay. So how often would you see Evelyn with Megan?
Anytime I saw Megan, Evelyn was with her.
And I'm assuming when you saw Evelyn with her, you never saw any signs of abuse or neglect. Is that fair
I
to
did
say?
not.
Were you able to ascertain the relationship between the two of them? Did Megan come across to you as a loving mother?
It seemed perfectly normal. Most babies that age tend to cling to mom, and Evelyn did that.
What was Megan's personality like back then?
She was usually kind of quiet till she got to know us a little bit better, and then she would come in and she would just have normal conversations with us.
At that point, she wasn't unfriendly.
No,
She was. You described her earlier as being unemotional.
the one time that we were in the car together, yes.
That was different than her normal personality.
Yes.
You think you described her as unemotional? She could have been withdrawn. Would that be a fair assessment too?
None.
None,
Numb
just,
would be a good description.
okay. Just want to make sure I'm clear. Did you ever see any interaction with Megan and Evelyn where Evelyn wasn't dressed appropriately, she was dirty or anything like that?
Mm-mm. No, sir.
Okay, so I'm assuming you thought she was a good mother.
I did.
When is the last time that you saw Evelyn?
September 11th, 2019.
Ms. Stacy, I thank you for being here and for your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
May she be excused.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Stacy, thank you for your testimony today. You're released from your subpoena.
Thank
you. All right, next.
State would call Randy Wood.
Raise your right hand, sir. State your name, please.
Randy Wood?
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. You're Randy Wood, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And Mr. Wood, where were you living back in 2019?
Let's see, 217 Sandy Point Drive in Blumpville,
All right, you said Blumpville. Is that in Sullivan County?
Sullivan County.
Okay, and just for context, kind of tell us where that's located. Where is
It's
that?
located in Barefoot Landing on the lake.
Okay, out by the lake out there?
Yes.
Behind
Behind the airport.
airport. Okay. All right. Now, we've heard some mention earlier in the trial about Preston Hunter Wood. Is he your son?
Yes, he is.
All right. Now, back in December of 2019, did you open a restaurant here in Blumpville?
I did.
All right. If you would kind of tell us what it was and what you were serving.
The name of it was Hunter T's Chicken Shack. I was the only owner of the place. It was right there on Highway 75.
All right. Where
I sold chicken, roasted chicken.
Okay. Was it a sit-down restaurant?
No,
or
it was
drive-thru,
a
or-
drive-through, just like Pal's.
All right. And it's over there, right across kind of from Northeast State.
Yes.
Now, you mentioned you were the only owner. Did you have employees, people that worked for you?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. How many people? How many
Well,
employees?
let's
did
see,
you have?
we interviewed, we hired everybody that filled the application out because usually there are only about a half that shows up the day you open up. So I probably had about 12 employees.
Okay. And who made the decision as far as who was being hired or not?
I did.
Okay. And one of those employees that showed up to apply for a job and work there, did you know Megan Boswell?
I didn't know her till she filled the application out. That's the first time I met her.
Okay. And did she apply for a job with you?
Yes.
And did you hire her?
Yes.
And do you see Miss Boswell sitting in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
If you would, point her out and describe what she's
She's
wearing.
sitting right over there with the glasses on.
Judge, for the record, he's identified.
Is that good?
All right. Mr. Wood, do you remember what day you opened?
It was the first Monday in December, and it was the second.
Okay. Second day of December, is that 2019?
Yes.
All right. Was Miss Boswell working that day?
Yes.
And you mentioned you didn't have a whole lot of employees. Who was in charge of making the schedule and deciding who was?
Jason Facette made the schedule and everything.
Okay. Was your son Hunter an employee there?
Yes.
All right. What did Hunter do?
He was mainly just an employee. Because Jason sort of run the place when I wasn't there.
All right. So Hunter and Megan worked there as co-workers.
Yes.
Did you work there at the restaurant? Were you there on a regular basis or?
Pretty much so, you know. Yes.
Okay. So you saw Hunter and you saw Megan together at the restaurant? That's a fair
Yes.
statement.
Yes.
All right. Where was your son Hunter living at that time?
He was living with me at that time.
Okay. Your house
Out that lake. Yes.
Okay.
Out there.
Did he have a vehicle that he drove then?
Yes, he had a Ford truck, what he drove.
All right. At some point in time, did you realize that your son Hunter was in a dating relationship with Megan Boswell?
Well, you know, it is a weird situation, to be honest with you, because she got her car repoed one day at the chicken shack. And I made Hunter take her to the doctor that day. And, you know, because she didn't have a ride.
Okay. All right.
So that's how they started running around together, because she didn't have a car.
Okay. So at some point in time, you realize they're dating.
Well, they was together a lot.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
You can say dating if you want to, or
All
together a lot. Yes.
Okay. And at some point in time, did she come to live at your house?
Well, she didn't have anywhere to go when they repoed the car. And apparently her father, what she said, kicked her out. So I let her come stay she stayed about 3 nights there. That's all she stayed.
Okay. Were you aware that she had a small child?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see Evelyn?
No, never saw the baby.
Okay. She never brought Evelyn to work there with her at the chicken shack?
When I hired her, because one of the questions is, do you have any kids? Because we work around schedules. Because you got a child, you can't work a lot of hours. So I asked her, she said, yes, I have a baby girl. I said, well, do we need to work around your schedule? She said, no, the baby daddy had the child. She said, I can work as many hours you want.
Okay.
And I said, okay.
Did she work a lot of hours?
She did work a lot of hours.
Now, you said she had stayed at your house. Did you ever bring Evelyn over?
The baby never was in my house.
Okay. Did she ever bring any high chairs or playpens? Or
No, nothing.
Diapers, baby bottles?
Nothing.
Okay. Did you ever see your son Hunter around? Evelyn?
No.
Okay. How often did you see Hunter at that time?
Every day.
Now, your son Hunter, does he still live with you?
No, he started living with his mother, but he's at the hospital at the moment.
Okay. He's at a hospital. Where is he in the hospital?
Marion, Virginia.
All right. Is that a mental hospital?
Yes.
How long has he been there?
2 months.
Okay. Have you been up there to see him at that facility?
Yes.
What is his mental status this time?
Well, some days he's pretty decent. Other days he don't know who I am.
Okay. Would he be able to come into this courtroom and testify?
No.
Okay. You mentioned that he'd been there for about 2 months.
Yes.
Had he had mental health problems prior to that?
Yes.
Okay. When did he start having mental health problems?
Well, when he got accused of being a baby killer.
Objection. So, I'll just draw it. I will draw it.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Mr. Wood, my name is Gene Scott. How are you?
I'm doing good. How you doing this?
I'm doing good. Take my reading glasses off. Let's talk about your son. It's Preston Hunter Wood. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you said he hadn't had any mental problems until people accused him of being a baby killer.
That's true.
Okay. Since then, he has had quite a few mental problems. Is that
True.
he has been diagnosed as being schizophrenic, suffered hallucinations?
That's probably true. Yes.
Has he been violent towards you or his mother?
No.
Never been violent towards his mother?
Not as far as I know. We're divorced.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm not there.
And you say that if he were brought into this courtroom, he wouldn't be in his right mind to testify.
That's very true.
Could you describe his state to us a little bit more?
Well, he talks about things you sometimes you don't really know what he's talking about. I mean, I don't know how to put it. It's sad. I mean, this young man was a 4.0 student in school. Now he's, I don't know if he's ever going to function in his life again.
Does he hallucinate?
I don't know if he hallucinates or what you call it. I don't know, what the definition of hallucinate. I mean,
Well, what do you observe when you visit your son?
well, mainly I just talk about anything that's pleasant.
I understand.
Yeah.
Is what he talk? Is he able to talk with you about things that make sense, or does it not make sense to you? The things he talks about with you, does it make sense always?
No.
Has he talked about Evelyn Boswell?
No.
Are you aware that he has in the past been diagnosed with violent threats, hallucinations? And delusions?
No.
Okay. Would that surprise you if I told you that's the case?
It'd give me a little shocker, yes. Yeah, because I'd never seen it.
So you don't know about that?
I've never seen that before.
Okay, I'll move on. Have you ever seen him be aggressive?
No.
Is there any security measures about as far as when you visit with him that requires him to be restrained or anything?
No.
When you talk to him, does he talk about things that are not real, things that are not there?
Well, he talks about the future sometimes, like maybe taking a cruise or things of that nature. Just good stuff.
Never bad stuff.
Never, we don't talk about bad stuff. No.
Okay. Have a minute, Judge. She was small. Has Hunter ever discussed anyone stealing his thoughts with you?
Pardon me?
Has Hunter ever discussed anyone stealing his thoughts with you?
One more time, okay?
Has Hunter ever told you that someone or something steals his thoughts?
He usually informed me with everything. Yes, talked to me about everything.
So he's told you that some,
Judge, I object to hearsay.
it is hearsay, but
I mean,
it's kind of a unique situation. I'm sorry. Mr. Wood, can you hear me okay?
Sometimes I can hear you, but at the very beginning, you go real low and then you get higher.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Let me ask you this. Has Hunter ever talked to you about someone or something stealing his thoughts?
Stealing his thoughts?
Yeah. Been able to read his mind?
No, he's never done that to me.
Are you aware of him ever talking to you about aluminum foil preventing that?
He's said some stuff off the wall stuff, you know. I will say that.
So that wouldn't surprise you.
It probably wouldn't surprise me, no.
Sir, I've handed you a photograph. Could you identify that photograph?
That is my son standing in front of the Hunter T's Chicken Shack.
You say your son, Hunter
Preston Hunter Wood.
Preston Hunter.
Yes.
Judge, we would offer that as the next exhibit, and I don't think it will fit on the projector to publish to the jury. I'll just ask that it, okay, we'll give it a try.
Sorry. It would be, generally objection.
No objection.
Full exhibit 9-6.
And that's the picture we're showing the jury. That's what you just identified, sir.
Yes.
I have just one moment, Judge. Judge, I may need just a minute. Sir, answer this only if you're aware. Are you
Okay.
aware of anything in his medical history about his thoughts about people or things stealing his thoughts?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, so you're not aware that it's there.
No.
Because it's all the questions I have. Mr. Wood, thank you for being here.
You agree?
No.
Maybe excuse.
Yes.
Mr. Wood, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Your release from your subpoena, sir. You're good to go.
Okay, thank you.
May we approach for a second? Well, I think so, but I've seen it.
Good going with the officer. Everyone, please stand. Here. I want to take this one. Okay. Be seated. 10-minute recess. Steve?
Yes, sir.
Are we going to begin without? That's fine.
Yes, I think we can. He's assisting us so we can get started.
That's what I thought. All right, the jury's ready, we're gonna bring them in. You wanna go ahead and have your next witness?
Everyone stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
Okay, Jim, go ahead next.
State would call Ethan Perry.
Raise your hand, sir. State your name.
Ethan Perry.
Solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Have a seat.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perry.
Good afternoon.
If you would scoot up close to that mic there so we can hear you good.
Better?
That's great. That's great. You are Ethan Perry, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Perry, how old are you?
I'm 25.
And where do you live?
Kingsport.
Do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
I do.
And how do you know Miss Boswell?
We dated in high school.
All right. Do you see Miss Boswell seated in the courtroom here today?
I do.
If you would point her out and describe what she's wearing.
A white top and glasses,
All right.
black hair.
All right. Judge, let the record reflect he's identified the defendant.
Record so reflect.
All right. So you indicated you all dated while you were in high school. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when would that have been?
I was about 15 and she was about 13. So I'd say about 2014, 2015.
And where were you all in high school?
Sullivan Central High School.
That here in Bluntville?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long did you all have a dating relationship?
I'd say at least until I got out of high school, whenever I joined the Army.
Okay. Now, when you were in high school, where did you live?
In Bloodville.
Okay. And who did you live with?
With my grandfather and my step grandmother.
And who were they?
Carl and Sherry Perry.
All right. Did you also, as you were growing up, for a period of time, live with Paul Miller?
Yes, sir.
And who is Mr. Miller to you?
He is my step grandfather.
And when did you live with him?
Since birth until about 2010.
Okay. And how old were you at that time?
Oh, about 10 or 11.
Okay. So at that point in time, did you go to live with Carl and Sherry?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you mentioned you had a dating relationship with Miss Boswell until you graduated from high school. When was it that you graduated?
2017.
And would that have been, what month did you graduate?
May, and I believe it was May 21st.
Okay. So end of May?
Yeah.
All right. What did you do after you graduated from high school?
Joined the Army.
Okay. And how soon after you graduated from high school did you join the Army?
10 days on May 31st.
Did you go straight into basic training at that time, or?
Not straight in. There were some hiccups along the way. I had some medical issues, but it was relatively quick. Yes.
All right. Where were you stationed?
I went to basic at Fort Benning, Georgia, and then I was sent to my unit in Fort Polk, Louisiana.
Did you continue to keep in contact with Megan Boswell while you were at basic training?
Yes.
Okay. you can say you were still in a dating relationship at that time?
I'd say so, yeah.
How were you keeping in contact with her?
In basic training, mostly through letters. But by the time it was over, text.
Okay.
Yeah.
You didn't have a phone while you were.
It was like once a month we got our phone, but it was only for like 30 minutes. I can't really remember any conversations that we had specifically.
But you were still continuing to communicate with her the old-fashioned way by writing letters.
Correct.
Okay. So as your time in the Army continued, did you continue to have a relationship with Miss Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you come back home to Tennessee?
Yes.
And when was that?
Probably the first time would have been in probably the winter of 2017.
Okay.
For Christmas.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
All right. So you had leave. You came home at Christmas time. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Where did you stay when you came back?
With Carl and Sherry Perry.
All right. Did you have contact with Miss Boswell while you were here?
Can't remember for sure, but I'm sure. Yeah.
Okay. Y'all were still in a relationship. Is that fair statement?
Sure.
Okay. Well, if it's not, tell me.
I mean, I wouldn't call it a healthy relationship, but a relationship. Yeah.
All right. You saw her while you were here in Tennessee?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, at some time in 2018, did you learn that she was pregnant?
Yes.
And when was that?
I would have probably around March or April.
Okay. Did the two of you have any discussion about who the father of the child was?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that discussion?
Well, it was more of whenever she announced that she was pregnant, it seemed pretty delayed. It seems like she would have known sooner. Well, the time that I was in. But yeah.
Okay. Well, let me ask it this way: was there discussion made about the fact that you were the father of the child?
There was, yeah.
Okay. And did you assume that you were the father of the child?
Initially, yeah, I just rolled with it, but the blinders were taken off pretty quickly after that.
Okay.
Yeah.
You had some doubts.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in November 2018, she had her child, Evelyn, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Where were you stationed at the time that Evelyn was born?
Fort Polk, Louisiana.
Okay. Were you still in contact with Megan during this whole time?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, did you leave your assignment there at Fort Polk?
When? What year? What time?
After this would have been November 2018.
Not in November, no.
Okay. Sometime later on?
For Christmas in like December, yes.
Okay. Where were you assigned at that point?
Fort Polk still.
Okay. So you came back home?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Megan and Evelyn at that time, or?
I did not.
Okay. Is there a reason why you didn't see her then?
Mostly just over the legitimacy and, still trying to figure that out. It was just really embarrassing, I guess, to
All right.
argue over it.
Not having a good relationship at that time?
That too, yeah.
Okay. So you leave after Christmas, you go back to the Army?
Correct.
Okay. Still in Louisiana?
Yes.
Okay. At some point in time during 2019, were you reassigned, or was your unit sent somewhere else?
We were sent to El Paso, Texas to assist Border Patrol doing surveillance on the border. Okay. We would work from El Paso to the Santa Monica station in New Mexico.
All right. Do you remember when in 2019 that would have been?
I'd guess March through September.
Okay.
That's my guess.
All right. Now, at some time later on in 2019, did Miss Boswell show up to visit you while you were stationed in El Paso, Texas?
She did.
Okay. Was this a planned visit? Did you know she was coming?
No, it was hasty. It's a hasty visit.
Okay. Well, if you would kind of tell us how that happened, or how it was that she ended up showing up down there.
Well, the conversation started with her wanting me to take leave to go up to come back up here to Bluntville. And I told her, no, we have a mission here in El Paso. I can't just get up and leave, And so she decided to, on her own, to drive from here all the way to El Paso. And it took her I'd say about 2 days to get there. And all of a sudden, one morning while because we were staying in hotels, we weren't on a base or anything. I just get a picture from her. She was parked outside of the hotel and just took a picture of the hotel. So, yeah.
You knew at that point she was in Texas.
Yeah. It was pretty obvious at that point.
Okay. So what did you do?
Well, I mean, part of me just wanted to turn them away, but the other half was like, well, came all the way out here, may as well just stay. So I advised them to stay on the eastern end of El Paso because the western end is a little dangerous. And so, and then from there, we spent about 3 or 4 days together.
Okay. So did you take some time off of your work assignment there and go spend time with Megan and Evelyn?
Not officially, but yeah.
Okay. What did you all do?
I think the first day we just hanged out in the hotel room, just meeting Evelyn, playing patty cake, stuff like that, watching her walk around. And it was mostly that. We went to the El Paso Zoo. That was I think the second to last day. And then on the last day, we mostly just hanged out in the hotel. The last day, the last thing we did was we went to an IHOP.
Right.
And that was the last time I physically saw Evelyn.
Okay. And this is the first time that you've met Evelyn.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. She's not quite a year old at this point in time.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Was she walking or toddling or anything?
She was, toddling, just, stumbling over herself. And
okay.
Yeah.
All right. So at the end of the 3 days, you go back to doing your Army thing. Is that right? Okay. Where did Megan go?
I believe she came back here to Bluntville.
All right. Did you, after she left, did you continue to communicate with her?
Yeah.
All right. How were you all communicating during this time?
Primarily through Facebook Messenger.
All right. What sorts of things were you all talking about, or would you talk about?
Mostly just arguing.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Would she tell you things about Evelyn?
Yeah.
Did she ever ask you for money or assistance to help out in taking care of Evelyn?
She did on at least one occasion.
Okay. Did you ever send any money or assistance or anything?
I sent a little bit. It wasn't much. I would say no more than $100.
Okay. Now, at this point in time, you're still assuming that you're the father of Evelyn Boswell. Is that correct?
At this point, I mean, I'm still just rolling with it. No, I don't. At that point, no, I didn't assume.
Okay.
I had my doubts definitely at that point.
All right. But you're still, I guess, interested or invested in what's going on with that.
Yes.
That's
yeah.
your statement. Okay. Now, at some point in time at the end of 2019, did you come back to Tennessee?
Yes.
And when was that?
For Christmas.
Okay. You remember what date specifically you might have come back?
Usually leave was about 2 weeks. And I think I was here until about New Year's or on New Year's. So I'd say, I don't know, 15th to the 30th.
Okay. And where did you stay when you came back to Tennessee?
At Carl and Sherry Perry's.
All right. Did you see Evelyn while you were here?
No.
Did you ask to see Evelyn while you were here?
Yes.
And what were you told?
Well, I was told that she had the flu because we were planning to go over to Paul Miller's for Christmas. And it made sense because that's whenever COVID started making its rounds around the country. And so it seems like a good excuse, made sense.
Okay. And did you, in fact, go over to Paul Miller's?
Yes.
And did you go by yourself or did you go with Megan or how did that happen?
I went with Megan. We met up at the Northeast State Community College parking lot.
Mr. Perry, I'm going to show you two documents, ask you if you can identify, if you recognize those.
Yeah. Yeah.
And what are they?
You want me to read it?
No. I just want you to tell me what they are, just
Oh.
generally.
It was trying to coordinate to get the Pauls.
Okay. Are those the text messages that you had with Miss Boswell on December the 23rd, 2019?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate representation of the conversation that you had with her?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I'd move to make that exhibit 97.
Objection. No objection. Be full exhibit 97.
Asked to publish those to the jury. All right, Mr. Perry. So you are having a conversation with Ms. Boswell. You say your phone's messed up. I'm at Verizon. You tell her, yes, I'm still going to Paul's. What's her response to that?
Evelyn is sick, so I'm not bringing her around everyone. If you want to see her tomorrow, just you can. But she has the flu, and I don't think like being around a ton of people is such a good idea. I took her to the doctor. They gave her some medicine.
And then you say, okay, sounds good. My grandpa and would like to see her soon, though. Sherry's about to go into hospice soon. She stopped taking her chemo just whenever Evelyn feels better. You ask, is she okay? What's her response?
Okay. Yeah, she's fine.
All right. And you say, everyone has the damn flu around here. And then
She's just sick, and I don't want her around everyone. You want to meet me, and we can ride together?
And did you all, in fact, meet up and go over to Paul Miller's?
Yes.
All right. And did Megan have Evelyn with her?
No.
Did you all talk about while you were at Paul Miller's, Evelyn at all?
About Evelyn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you, and what did you all do while you were at Paul Miller's?
Just mostly just sat around. I believe we ate dinner, opened some presents, and it was relatively quick. I'd say we were there for no longer than 2 or 3 hours.
Okay. All right. After you left the Millers, where'd you go?
I went to take Megan back to her car at the Northeast State Community College parking lot.
Okay. Did you all have further conversations while you were here on leave?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And again, were you trying to see Evelyn while you were here?
Yes.
Okay. Were you, in fact, able to see Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Did you see Megan again while you were home?
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
Can't remember the exact date, but it was after Paul Miller's. Sherry and my grandfather Carl bought her some gifts, Evelyn some gifts, some baby food, and little stuff like that. So I asked Megan to come over to my place and just pick them up.
Okay. And you indicated you were staying there with Carl and Sherry Perry. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did Megan come to their house?
She did.
All right. And did you talk to her? Did you give her those items you just described, or?
Yeah. The conversation was relatively short. I just gave her the gifts, and she told me that she was going to go to, I believe it was Pigeon Forge with Hunter Wood.
Okay. Was Evelyn with her when she came to pick up those items?
No.
Okay. Did she say where Evelyn was?
Chances are she said, I don't know for sure.
Well, if you don't know or remember, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. How long was she there picking up those items?
Like 10 minutes.
All right. So did you have further communication or conversation with Megan Boswell while you were home?
After that, it seemed like the conversation pretty much ended altogether.
Were you all still communicating by text and Facebook?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Perry, I'm going to hand you another document, ask you if you recognize that.
I recognize it, yeah.
And what is it?
It's Megan stating to me that her father just kicked her out of the house again, and that she won't have Evelyn back until she gets a place to stay.
Okay.
And then she said, "Never mind, I'm sorry."
All right.
The next day.
Those text messages you received from her?
Yes.
All right. Is that a true and accurate copy of text messages you received from her on December 26th and 27th?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I'd move to make that exhibit 98.
12/26.
I'm sorry. 2019.
No objection. Before exhibit 98.
And I move to publish that. Good. Mr. Perry, she sent those messages to you. You did not respond to them. Would that be correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is that somewhat normal for you sometimes?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you said you were on leave from the Army over Christmas there in 2019. First part of January, did you return to your duties with the U.S. Army?
Correct.
And where were you all stationed at that time?
Fort Polk, Louisiana.
All right. Did you continue to communicate and receive communications from Miss Boswell after you returned to Fort Polk?
It was pretty rare, but yes.
Okay. And specifically, do you remember getting a message from Miss Rachel Owens?
Yes.
And without telling us what she said, did you, as a result of what you were told, communicate with Miss Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. And again, we're not get into the exact conversation, but the nature of what Miss Owens had asked you was the fact that there were concerns about Evelyn. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so then would it be fair to say you asked Miss Boswell what was going on with Evelyn?
Correct.
Did you have communications with her about that?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you can identify that.
Yeah, I recognize it.
And what is it, sir?
It's her stating that just to
Well,
ignore.
hold on. Don't read it
Sorry,
yet. No,
sorry.
you're fine. Just is that, and I'll lead you a little bit. Is that the text conversation that you sent to Miss Boswell after you had the communications with Miss Owens?
Yes, this is her response.
Okay.
Yes.
And is that a true and accurate depiction of the messages that you sent her?
Correct.
All right. Judge, I move to make that exhibit 99.
Go full exhibit 99.
And I believe the date on that's January 19th, 2020. Move to publish that this time, Judge. Okay, so you've messaged Miss Boswell about the fact that you have concerns. Miss Owens has expressed concerns about Evelyn, and her response is just ignore her. I've not talked to anyone in my family in weeks. Literally, I've cut all ties with them. That's why she's not seen her. She and Dad cussed me out. Dad took me car from me in the middle of work, left me in a bind and shit. Fuck them. They aren't my fucking family. They never were to begin with.
That's all she said.
Okay. All right. Did she ever tell you anything else about Evelyn or where Evelyn was?
I can't remember.
Okay. All right. So that was January 19th of 2020. In February of 2020, did you receive some phone calls? Well, let me ask you this. Were you still in the Army, still at Fort Polk at that time?
Correct.
Okay. Did you receive some phone calls from family members?
I can't remember.
Okay. Did you receive some phone calls by the Department of Children's Services here in Tennessee?
Yes.
That surprised you?
Yes.
Okay.
I did.
All right. And without saying what they said, why were they contacting you?
For the whereabouts of Evelyn.
All right. Did that surprise you?
Yes.
And why was that?
Because, well, I didn't have Evelyn, and that's what they were asking. If I had her, or if I seen her, or the last place that, where do I think where she would be, stuff like that.
All right. Were you then contacted by investigators with the U.S. Army?
Yes, I was contacted by the Central Investigation Division,
Okay.
CID.
And kind of tell us what happened with all that.
Well, initially, I got my officer of my
All right. Mr. Perry.
Go ahead.
Mr. Perry, if you would go ahead, you're in the middle telling us what happened as far as your investigation there by the Army.
So initially, I got contacted by my NCO in my company, and he told me that.
Well, don't tell him what he said.
Okay.
Just tell us what happened to you as a result of.
Okay. I was contacted by CID. They wanted to set an appointment for after lunch, and so I went back to my barracks room, to get ready. I still had no clue what's going on until I got the call by DCS, and which they were asking about the whereabouts of Evelyn, and so which I gave the response. I don't know, all that.
Were you interviewed by interrogators there?
Yes.
For hours?
Yes.
Okay. Did you cooperate with them fully?
Yes.
Did you allow them to search your cell phone?
Yeah, search my cell phone, take DNA, search my barracks, and search my car.
Okay. So investigators searched the barracks looking for Evelyn.
Correct.
In Fort Polk, Louisiana.
Correct.
Okay. Was Evelyn there with you at your Army base there in Louisiana?
No,
Has
no,
she ever been there
no,
with you?
no.
Did you cooperate fully with law enforcement in providing consent to search, provide DNA, anything else that was needed?
Absolutely. Everything that I could.
The only time you ever saw, well, when was the only time you ever saw Evelyn?
Was in El Paso.
Okay. That one time when Megan showed up.
Yeah, just out of the blue.
All right. Did you cooperate with law enforcement in determining the paternity of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
All right. Were you the biological father?
No.
Okay. All right. So the one and only time you see Evelyn is in 2019 before you came home for Christmas. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Perry. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has.
Mr. Perry, my name is Gene Scott. How are you today?
Doing good. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. I have just a few questions for you. How many times did you actually see Evelyn?
Well, I saw her in El Paso through a span of 3 or 4 days.
Okay, was that it?
Yes.
Okay. And you said Megan just showed up at your hotel while you were staying there with the Army?
Correct.
Sent you a picture?
Yes.
You had told her where you were staying?
Correct.
Okay, so that's how she would know to find you there.
Right.
And what did you all do over those 3 days you spent there?
Majority of the time was spent in the motel or hotel, whichever it was. And then we went out to eat. I think we just went out to pick up food. We went to the zoo and we went to IHOP.
Did Evelyn appear healthy to you?
Yeah.
No signs of abuse or neglect?
I wouldn't say abuse. I mean, I saw like a small bruise on her arm or her leg, but she was starting to learning to walk. So I just assumed that's what that was.
Most likely a child would fall down before you walk.
Right.
Kind of thing.
Yeah.
Megan engaged with her? I mean, did she talk to her, appear to love her to you?
Repeat that.
Did she appear to love the child, Evelyn? If you know.
I don't know.
Okay. Was she normal? She clean when she brought her there?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. No issues with that?
No.
No neglect issues that you saw?
No.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
See, where you go.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Perry, thank you for your testimony today. You're released from your subpoena, so you're free to go.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Nancy.
So it would call Carl Perry.
Raise your right hand, sir. State your name.
Carl Perry.
Mr. Perry, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Have a seat right there. Speak up in the microphone.
Good afternoon. Your name is Carl Perry, is that correct?
Correct.
What city do you live in?
Elizabethton.
Okay. And do you know Ethan Perry?
Yes, that's
Who? Okay, go ahead.
My
Who is he to you?
grandson.
He is your grandson. Okay. And at some point, did Ethan live with you in your home?
Yes.
Okay. And was that also in Elizabethton?
No, at that time, it was at 280 Lester Road, Blumpville.
Okay. Okay. And how old was Ethan when he lived there with you?
Let's see, he came to us in about the 8th or 9th grade, and he lived there until, well, he spent 3.5 years in the military up until he went in the military. And then when he came back another year or so, then he went out on his own.
Okay. So he came to live with you in about the 8th grade?
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone else live there with you?
Yes.
Okay. And who was that?
My wife, Sherry.
Okay. And was Ethan living with you when he graduated from high school?
Yes.
And do you recall when that was?
No.
Okay. Did he have a career plan after high school?
We encouraged him to go in the military.
Okay.
That's about it.
Okay. Did he do that?
He did. I took him to the recruiters.
You took him to the recruiters? Okay. Which branch did he enlist in?
In the Army.
Okay. And how long after he graduated from high school did he then go into the Army?
Pretty immediately.
Okay.
He had a buddy, and that was their plans. And
okay. Okay. And where did do you know where he went for basic training?
Yes. Fort Benning, Georgia.
Okay. And was Ethan still in the Army in 2019?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where he was stationed at that time?
Yes.
Where was he stationed?
Fort Polk, Louisiana.
Okay. And do you know what type of housing he was in there?
I don't. I know he stayed in the barracks with the rest of the guys. That's about all.
Okay. Did Ethan come to visit during the holidays that year of 2019?
2019.
The Christmas holidays?
Yes, Christmas.
Okay.
I think like they come in.
Okay. And do you remember how long he got on leave from the Army to stay?
I don't. It seemed like it might have been a week or 10 days or something. I don't know.
You think maybe 1 week to 10 days?
I'm not sure if it's that long or not.
Okay, that's okay. And then after his leave, then did he go back to Louisiana?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. While on leave, where did he stay?
He had a buddy that they'd went in with, and I think they'd planned their leaves together.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he might have stayed a day or two with his buddy.
Okay.
I can't. And then the rest with us a few days.
Okay. So a day or two with a friend and the rest of the time
Yeah.
with you at your house.
Mhm.
And Sherry was there at that time as well.
Mhm.
Is that right? So would he have been there on Christmas Eve?
I couldn't. I don't remember specifically.
And that's okay. Do you remember celebrating the holiday of Christmas itself with him?
I don't.
Okay. And that's okay if you don't. It's, a lot of time has passed.
I think that usually we had a few people in, but I can't remember. It seemed like that when they just wasn't a lot there. They were in and out. But
Okay. During that 2019 holiday, do you remember seeing the defendant, Megan Boswell?
no,
Okay. Did Megan Boswell come to your house during that Christmas holiday?
no,
Okay. Do you know who Evelyn Boswell is?
yes.
Okay. Can you tell me who she is with regards to Ethan?
During that time, I think that there was a conflict. They weren't sure, but I know that the only time Megan Boswell was on our property was in high school,
Okay.
way before that. But I know that Ethan had spoken to my wife Sherry about Megan Boswell
Okay.
and Evelyn.
Okay. Let me stop you there for just a second. We can't talk about what somebody else has said. Okay. But essentially, to help you out, it was alleged that maybe Evelyn was Ethan's child. Is that right?
Right.
Okay.
And I remember telling him to get a DNA.
Okay. Okay.
Go ahead, Jim.
Okay. And did you know that Evelyn was Megan's daughter?
Yes,
Okay. Did Evelyn ever visit your house?
no,
Did Evelyn ever visit your house in the holidays of 2019?
never. I was gonna say I never seen Evelyn.
Okay. Did you ever babysit Evelyn?
Absolutely not.
Did Evelyn ever spend the night at your house?
Absolutely not.
Did your wife Sherry, to your knowledge, ever babysit Evelyn?
Never.
Okay.
She'd never seen
Okay.
Evelyn.
Have you ever met Evelyn?
No,
Okay.
never.
Okay.
We you know,
Okay.
we watch the news at night, and that's how we learn to love this.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Child.
Yeah. So you'll just yes, just try to answer the question I asked you, okay?
I'm sorry.
I know. And I know this is new for you.
Okay.
Were you there? Were you present the day that Ethan left to go back to Louisiana?
No,
Okay. And do you remember when you first learned that Evelyn Boswell had been reported as a missing child?
yes,
And how did you find this out?
by watching the news.
Okay. Did anybody ever come to your home?
Yes.
Okay. Who came to your home?
After this allegation was made.
Well, no, who came when you learned Evelyn was missing? Did anybody come to your home?
No,
Okay. No one ever came to ask you any questions about
no,
Evelyn?
not until this allegation was made.
Okay. What happened then? Who came to your home?
Just reporters from all over
Okay.
would come in.
Okay. Did the police ever come to your house?
Yes,
Okay. And that's what I'm asking you about. When
okay.
did the police come to your house?
I really don't, I don't know that date, but they did come.
Okay. And were they kind when they came?
There were in the first two police officers that came, it was a lady and a man. One is late at night
Mhm.
and not late. It's
Well, why-
dark. It was dark.
Why were they there?
They were, as he said, when I let him in, he said,
You can't say what he said.
oh.
You can't say what they said, but
Well,
why
you
were
asked
they
me If he
there?
was kind, and
Okay.
I wanted to
Why
tell you
were
what
they?
they,
Okay. Just try to, I'm going to rephrase it a different way, okay?
okay.
Why were they at your house that day?
They were there for, to see what we knew about Megan.
Okay.
Not Megan, I'm sorry, Evelyn.
Were they looking for Evelyn?
I'm sure they were, but they didn't,
Okay.
once they seen my wife, they,
Okay. What do you mean once they saw your wife?
her physical condition.
Okay. What do you mean by that? Why would that?
She had cancer with metastasis to her left arm.
Okay.
her left scapula,
Okay.
both lungs, brain, and voice box.
Okay, and what did that have to do with the police coming?
I think when they glanced at her, they knew that
That Evelyn was
she
not at your house?
wasn't no babysitter.
Okay, okay, all right. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
No questions. Siegfried. Mr. Perry, thank you for your testimony. You're released from your subpoena, sir, and you're free to go.
Sir, may I ask, I thought that since she might have made that allegation that I could.
Sorry, next.
Reapproach the judge. Sorry.
The next witness may take a little time. Does anybody need a break before we start? Anybody at all? All right, try your next gentleman.
They would call Michelle Gillum.
While they're getting her, let's see how it's doing.
Yeah, it's just. Judge, are we still connected to the?
Should be.
Well, I don't want it to be. Is I guess what I'm. So we're trying to queue up on ours without showing.
Not now.
Okay, thank you. We ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I thought Michelle Gillum. I thought I called.
Raise your hand, state your name.
Michelle Gillum.
You solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right. Good afternoon.
Hello.
If you would state your name for the record, please.
Michelle Gillum,
And where are you employed?
the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your current assignment there at the sheriff's office?
I am a lieutenant over internal affairs.
Lieutenant Gillum, back in February of 2020, what was your assignment at the sheriff's office?
I was a detective in our criminal investigations division.
And within the criminal investigations division, did you have a particular set of crimes that you worked or investigated?
I did. During my 7 years in the detective division, I worked the child abuse and child sex abuse crimes.
All right. And so on February the 18th of 2020, a report came into the sheriff's office regarding a missing child by the name of Evelyn Boswell. Were you aware of that call?
I was.
All right. And were you in the office at the time that call came in?
Yes.
Okay. If you would kind of tell us what you did as an investigator on that particular day.
On that day, another detective met response when the call come in, which means that they just went out to the residence to check on the child, to check her well-being, see if she needed any attention, anything like that. And then I met response actually in the office with Megan Boswell.
Okay. And the detective that met response, would that have been Tracy Haraz?
It was.
Okay. And do you all work with the Department of Children's Services when these referrals first come in?
Yeah, so when a DCS referral first comes in, the Department of Children's Service investigator is the one who initially gets it and then sends it to law enforcement. And we team up with them and we meet response together, which in that case was Jimmy Lewis and Tracy Haraz. They went to the residence of Megan Boswell to check on Evelyn.
Okay. At some point in time, did Detective Haraz and Jimmy Lewis arrive at the sheriff's office?
They did. After they went to Megan's residence, they came back to the sheriff's office with Megan for her to be interviewed. And then that's when I met up with her.
Okay. Now, were you involved? Did you interview Megan initially?
No. The initial interview was conducted by Jimmy Lewis and Tracy Haraz for a brief time before I got to the sheriff's office.
All right.
Then I took over.
Okay. Did you discuss with them what was going on in the case? Did you before you went in to talk with Megan, did you all share information?
Me and Megan, or me and
you and Detective Haraz?
We did briefly, and pretty much all that conversation looked like was that Evelyn is missing.
Okay. So I guess when you went in to talk to Megan for the first time, what was your approach to interviewing her? What were you trying to?
I didn't have much information, so I just started from the very beginning, as I would with any case, with the basic info of names, addresses, and things like that.
All right. And this interview, where was it conducted?
In our sheriff's office, the interview room.
All right. And is your interview room, is that equipped with audio, video recording devices?
It is.
And was your interview, in fact, recorded over there?
It is.
Okay. Did you, as the interview went on, did you have doubts or question what Megan was telling you about Evelyn?
Yes. During the interview, just some of the things she was saying, it just wasn't adding up or making sense.
Okay. What was your concern, or what was your, I guess, the point of your investigation initially? What were you all trying to
To figure out where Evelyn is.
Okay. All right. This interview that you had of Miss Boswell, did you have an opportunity to review that interview and watch the recording before coming into court here today? All right. And the recording that you watched, was that a true and accurate copy of your interview that you had with the defendant?
It is.
All right. Judge, I would move to introduce that. I believe we are Exhibit 100.
Objection? No, sir. Before Exhibit 100.
Well, okay. If I could, Judge, I would ask to play that video at this time.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Pause it. Hold on. Now try it again.
went through it all with, Tracy, but just start with it and go through it all. Okay?
Can y'all hear?
Yeah, okay, well, I'm good. Okay, so baby's Evelyn.
Go ahead and pause it. Let me figure out the phone.
She'll do 51 in about 3 days.
That's the only volume control that I have.
When would you have it? Well, I had her and her dad came home from the army. No. When did you give birth?
Can y'all hear me now?
Oh, okay, 11/21.
Anybody can't hear?
And,
Barely.
yes, I was foster care. So I had to sign, what do you call it? I don't know if you know. It was like I was placing.
I don't know what, there's no master volume switch up there that I have, that I know of. I'm gonna have you go with the officer while we figure this out. Everyone stand. Be seated. All right, we're in recess.
We are in recess.
We're in recess. We'll get the clerk in here if you see what
Not mad at you.
Well, I had her, and then her dad came home from the army.
No. When did you give birth to her? We're gonna start with you.
Oh, okay, 11/21/2018.
Okay. And, did she come home with you then?
Yes, I was in foster care, so I had to sign, what do you call it? I don't know if you know. It was like I was placing her in custody, but so she could be with me. Like, nothing happened for her being there.
Okay.
It was like a custody placement agreement or something like
Did
that.
you live in foster care then?
Yes, I was in Rhode Island.
And who's baby daddy?
Ethan.
Ethan. And did he live with you?
No,
Okay, so it was you and your foster parents.
yeah.
Okay. So, how long did y'all live there?
Well, I went there in October. She wasn't born until November, and I came home like at the beginning of February of 2019.
So about a year ago. Okay, so you come home. Did she come with you?
Yes,
All right, and where's home for you?
to my dad. Sorry,
What's your dad? Where's your dad live?
I'm Muddy Creek.
Muddy Creek. All right. So you left foster care. You maybe went to dad. Did baby daddy ever come with you then?
No.
No. Okay. Where did baby daddy live?
At the time, he was in like the army,
Okay.
and he was in Texas for a little bit, and then I think he went back to like the base wherever he was at.
Okay. So where's he at right now?
Well, they said he's in Louisiana, so I guess that's where he's at.
Okay. All right. So we're back in February. You and baby went to your dad. All right. How was that?
What do you mean?
Was it good? Y'all stay there long?
No, we might not get into it a lot.
All right. So that didn't work out very well. Where'd y'all go then?
My grandma's was on
All right. When'd y'all go to grandma's?
I guess in April,
All right. So in April.
4th end of April.
All right. So you didn't stay at dad's very long.
No.
Baby go with you to grandma's?
Yes.
All right. Where's grandma live?
At the bottom of the hill for my dad.
All right. So she lives near dad on Muddy Creek. All right. So you all go with grandma. Is it just grandma or grandma?
Grandma.
Just grandma. So y'all been with her since April.
No, I moved out on my own in October.
Okay.
My dad owns a trailer park.
Did baby go with you in
Yes.
October? All right. So you moved down to grandma in October. Baby went with you. Where'd you move to?
My dad's trailer park off of like Sugar Hollow and Buffalo. It's called Boswell Mobile Home
Was
Park.
it just you and baby?
Yes, it's just me and baby.
All right. So you and Evelyn get your own place in October. All right. So from October until now, walk me through.
Okay. Ethan came. I went to Texas to see Ethan for like a couple of weeks.
When was that?
November, December.
Did baby go with you?
Yes.
All right. So you and baby went to Texas
Yes.
to Ethan.
Yes.
Right?
And that was the first time that he met her because he didn't really have anything to do with her up until that point.
Okay.
Okay. So sometime in December, me and Hunter moved in together.
Hunter's boyfriend?
Yes.
Okay.
But at that time, Evelyn was not with me when I started staying there because Ethan had her.
All right. So when you and baby went to Texas in November, the first time she met Ethan, did she come back with you?
Yes.
All right. So y'all went to Texas, had a couple weeks.
Yeah.
She come back with you.
Mhm.
And then walk me through from November to December.
Okay. I had her up until me and Hunter didn't start staying together until probably like the middle towards the end of December.
Okay.
So up until that point, I lived in the trailers at my dad's.
Right.
I know it wasn't any longer than like December 25th because I was with Hunter on Christmas, and also that's when the lights got cut off because I just completely like moved all my stuff out.
Okay.
Okay, and then Ethan got her.
When?
On Christmas Day, me and Hunter, we came back from Pigeon Forge. On Christmas Eve, me, my dad, Hunter, like everybody took a trip to Pigeon Forge,
Mhm.
and then Christmas morning we came back and he got her then.
Did he come up and get her? Did you take her to him?
No, we took her to him.
Where did you take her?
Wherever his grandparents' house is, got like a long gravel driveway. It's off our town of Boswell.
Okay, so it's local. All right. So what made you all take her to him? Because he's not been in her life.
Well, because he was like complaining about wanting to know her. I mean, like that's her dad. I was trying to give him a fair shot. You know what I mean?
Was your plan to leave her?
No, I wanted to get her back,
Okay, so
but I wanted to let her have time to bond with her dad. And then after, like,
did you stay there? Or did you just drop her off and say sayonara?
I mean, I sat there for a little bit, and then she was fine. She kind of remembered it from Texas.
Okay, so let's back up. He texted you saying he wanted to be in her life. And he said, hey, I'm at Hardtown. I'm assuming.
Yeah.
So you say that would be great for you to be in your daughter's life.
Yeah.
So you and Hunter or just you?
Me and Hunter.
You and Hunter take Evelyn to where Ethan is.
Mhm.
All right? What happens then?
Well, Ethan would not let me come on the driveway. He made me walk all the way up his driveway, like, you know. And I walked up there first myself, and I was like, "You're being ridiculous. Let me pull up the driveway." You know, because my Hunter's with me, and I told him Hunter was coming with me when I got there. Like, before I got there, I called him. This is when I still had my own phone. I called him, and I was like, "Hey, like, I'm gonna come up there." You know, he got her some stuff for Christmas, and I was like, "Okay, that's fine." I went to my brother's and got what he had gotten her for Christmas and stuff, you know, and I was like, "I'll send it with you. I'll get her clothes and stuff, and we'll go up there." You know, I was like, "That's fine." I was like, "Hunter's gonna come with me," and he's like, "Okay, that's fine." I get there, and he's like, "No, I don't want to come up my driveway."
Okay.
So at first I walked up there by myself, you know, I tried to talk to him, let me pull up the driveway, so I really didn't walk her up there, you know what I'm saying. Walked myself back down, got her out of the car, and I went back up there.
Okay.
And then I sat there for maybe like 23 minutes, she was fine, I left.
When you and Hunter took the baby there, did you and Ethan have a talk about how long she was going to be staying with him? So you took your baby, correct me if I'm wrong on any of this.
Okay.
You took your baby that you've cared for since the day she was born to her dad's house that she's had nothing to do with, and you stayed for 30 minutes, and he was being an ass, made you walk all the way up the driveway, was being difficult, and you left your baby with this man.
Well, I mean, I trusted him, so I was like, "It's her dad."
So just because it's her dad, you trusted him, and he's not been in her life at all.
Well, I mean, I try to give him benefit of the doubt. I don't think Ethan's a bad person.
But this is your baby.
Right.
You see where I'm coming from?
I see that, but like, you also have to understand that was like your dad.
Okay, so I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to argue with you. I
No,
know
no.
sometimes I can, but like,
This story, I feel like you're being honest, but there's a big chunk that you're not telling us. And I'm just gonna call it like it is, okay? Something within this story has happened. There's a huge chunk that you're just not telling us. I think you took her to him, probably around that time. But there's something missing, and we've got to find that missing piece, okay? And just looking at you, I can tell something ain't making sense. Can you gather that? Okay. She gathers it too. So you leave her with Ethan on Christmas, all right? Walk me through from Christmas till now.
okay, he talked to me like the next day, and then he just kind of stopped like talking to me, not answering the phone, you know, and he got mad, and he got drunk, and he told me he was going to come kill me, because he does that.
When was this?
New Year's, I think.
All right, so he had the baby. Did you try to get the baby back?
I went by where I picked her up, and she wasn't there.
Okay, so I'm trying to wrap my head around this again. You're a mom who's dropped your kid off with a dad that she don't know.
Well, then I tried to,
and now you can't find her, but you don't notify us. You just have a good New Year's and carry on with life?
Well, I mean, he told me he was going to his friend's house.
Okay, what friend?
I don't know their names, but I kind of know around about where they live.
So now this man that don't know your child is taking your child to someone's house that you don't even know their name?
Well, it was his friend. Like, I understand where you're coming from, but also I was really trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, because he never helped me with that.
How many benefits of the doubt are we going to give him in the story before you start telling me the truth? Because there's two ways this can go, okay? In order to do our job, we got to have your cooperation, and you've got to be honest with us, okay? But if you sit here and you continue to lie, which I know you're doing, it's not going to end well, okay? Because at the end of the day, we're going to figure out what happened. We are. Okay? So, do we need to back up, Annie, and start over and have you start telling us the truth?
He got mad because he didn't want Evelyn to be around Hunter.
Okay.
And then he just stopped talking to me. Like, on New Year's, he got mad, and he used to get mad all the time at me and be like, "Well, I'm going to kill you, blah, blah, blah." And then me and him broke up because he was, like, threatening my little brother.
So you have not talked to him since New Year's, is what you're telling me.
And he's messaged me maybe one time. I've tried leaving him several voicemails. He won't answer me.
You got your phone on you? Where is your phone?
Me and my dad got into it, I'll be honest with you, probably like a couple days after Christmas, because that's the last time I've been around my dad, and I was kind of smashed because I wouldn't talk to him. I just really not have the money to be around him.
So within the messages you would send Ethan, how would you do that if you don't have a phone?
From Hunter's phone.
From Hunter's phone. Okay.
I tried to call him several times, he has not returned my calls.
So when were you going to notify us about your baby?
If he didn't meet me tomorrow,
Oh, tomorrow. Why tomorrow? Because you waited months and you not cared in months. So why tomorrow would you notify us?
I was gonna try to meet him tomorrow to get her.
Have you talked about that?
He told me he'd give her back to me in about 2 months. Or when me and Hunter broke up.
So he told you, and you just picked tomorrow without notifying him of anything.
Well, that tomorrow would have been 2 months.
Oh, well, have you talked to him to verify a date? So then what would you want to notify us of? Because how would he know to come meet you?
Cause that's what he said, 2 months.
Where was y'all gonna meet at?
Eagles at Glen Holly.
So where do you think your baby is right now?
I have no clue. I thought she was with him.
Is this your only kid? You ever had a kid before?
No, it's my only kid. She got confused with the records and thought that I had 2 kids, but when I was in foster care, I had to place Evelyn in an agreement with Holton Homes so I could keep her with me at the foster care place because they were not letting me keep her any other way.
So where do you think she's at?
I don't know.
You seem totally unfazed by this. That tells me that you know where your baby's at.
No, I don't.
Megan, I've been doing this a long time. I've talked to a lot of mothers. I've talked to a lot of girls. Okay? What you're telling me very well could be partial truth. But like I said, there's a piece that you're not telling me. We're going to figure out what happened. We always do. Okay? Are you connected in any way?
No.
I'm going to straight up ask you, did you have anything to do with you not knowing where your daughter's at?
I mean, I dropped her off at Ethan, so I mean, in a way, yes, but as far as like anything else, no.
You're ready to continue, Judge. Lieutenant Gillum, in addition to interviewing the defendant on February 18th, 2020, did you continue to work on the investigation into the missing child?
Yes.
Okay. And on March the 6th of 2020, were you present when investigators learned that there was evidence that had been located at the residence of Tommy Boswell?
Yes, I was on scene.
Okay. And so did you go to his residence?
I did.
Okay. Where was that located?
Off Muddy Creek.
And what was it that you did once you arrived there at Tommy's property?
We received consent from Tommy to search a storage shed and connecting dollhouse type structure.
Okay. And were there other officers that assisted you in searching that property?
Yes, there was 3 others.
Okay. And did you in fact search that shed area?
We did.
All right. And what types of things did you find that were of evidentiary value there?
Within the storage shed type structure, it was just various baby items, some medicines, clothing, bottles, just car seats. I mean, anything you could imagine that you would need to care for a child was inside that storage shed.
How did it look or appear? I mean, how were they placed in there or how were they in there?
No, it was very disorganized, just not in any sort of organizational structure. It was just kind of thrown in there. Things were upside down, boxes turned over, clothes just appear to be thrown in there. No sort of structure at all inside.
And did you photograph what the condition of the shed, that outbuilding, before you searched it?
Yes.
And did you all remove anything or any items from that shed?
I believe most of the baby items got removed that night. Yes.
Okay. And did you take photos, or someone there take photos of the evidence and the items that you removed from the shed?
Yes.
Lieutenant Gillum, I'm going to hand you some photographs and ask you if you recognize them. Mr. Scott's still going through some of them, but if you would go ahead and take a look at those, see if you can identify what's been handed to you.
This is going to be the storage shed photographs.
Okay. And are those, looking through those, are those the photos of the items that were recovered and removed from that outbuilding?
They are.
During your search?
Mhm.
All right. Okay. If you would. Okay. We'll just kind of go through these one by one. We'll try to go quickly.
Okay.
The first photograph that's there on the top, what is it a photograph of?
This is the outside of the storage shed, just with the door open, showing the contents inside and how they looked before anything was touched.
Okay. And does that accurately depict the shed, that outbuilding there, before you all removed any of the items?
It does.
Judge, we move to make that exhibit 101. All right. And the next photograph, what is that a photograph of?
This is inside the shed. Again, just showing the various items. There's a swing type thing and looks like a bag of clothes and some more baby items.
All right. And again, is that a true and accurate photograph of the?
It is.
Exhibit? Judge, we move to make that exhibit 102.
Exhibit 102.
And the next photograph.
Same type thing inside the shed. This one is showing a picture of a bottle. It still actually has a little bit of milk in it.
Is that a true and accurate photograph?
It is.
We have to make that 103, Judge.
103.
Next photograph.
Inside the shed, there's a box. It's got clothing, a ripped bag, a drink that looks like it's half drank.
Is that a true and accurate photograph?
It is.
Move to make that 104.
104.
Next photograph, please.
Zoomed in on that box. It shows the nipple to a bottle. It looks very dirty.
And again, is that photograph taken before anything was removed?
No. That's before anything was touched.
All right. True and accurate photograph.
Yes, sir.
Move to make that exhibit 105.
but I'm assuming you've seen the giving objection.
That's correct.
Next photograph, please.
This is an even further zoomed in picture of the dirty nipple to the bottle in the box.
All right, it's a true and accurate photograph.
Yes.
We have to make that 106. And next photograph.
This is an item just used to take care of a baby in everyday needs. It had been removed from the shed. It's like a squeegee type thing.
Is that a true and accurate photograph of that item?
Yes, that one right there had been removed from the shed before the picture was took.
All right. But it was located in the shed.
It was.
All right. Judge, you move to make that 107. Next photograph.
This is a yellow bottle. Again, there's still liquid inside of it, and it's dirty. That was located inside the shed, and it's a true and accurate.
Judge, you move to make that exhibit 108.
108.
And next photograph, please.
This is going to be baby clothing. It appears to be like shorts. It had been removed from the shed before the picture was taken.
Is that a true and accurate photograph?
Yes.
Move to make that exhibit 109.
109.
And the next photograph, please.
It's a picture of just right inside the door of the shed. You see a little onesie laying there on the ground, various diapers, a pillow with some sort of stain on it.
Is that a true and accurate photograph of those
Yes.
items? Make that 1010, Judge, please. 110. What did I say? 110. It's getting late.
This next one's going to be a close-up of the onesie. It shows a stain on the inside where her bow would have went.
Is that a true and accurate photograph of
It
that
is.
item? We have to make that exhibit 111.
111.
Next photograph.
This one is of the pillow and a blanket inside the shed, both with various stains on them.
Is that a true and accurate photograph of those items?
Yes.
We have to make that exhibit 112.
Full exhibit 112.
This next one is just going to be a close-up of the pillow and the blanket that I just described.
Is that a true and accurate photograph?
It is.
We have to make that exhibit 113.
Full exhibit 113.
Next photo.
This one's going to be of a cloth bib, again with various stains on it.
That been located inside the shed.
Yes, inside the shed.
Judge, we move to make that exhibit 114.
Full exhibit 114.
Next photograph.
This is going to be inside the shed as well. It's just showing kind of what all was thrown in there. Looks like a cat carrier, some bibs, cloth bibs, diapers, and I believe that's going to be one of them diaper dispenser things there in the corner.
Is that a true and accurate photograph?
It is.
We move to make that exhibit 115.
Full exhibit.
Next photograph, please.
This is as well going to be inside the shed before anything was touched, and it's just showing various things that was thrown around in there. Looks like this is going to be a smart pump, some more clothes, and diapers.
Judge, we move to make that exhibit 116.
Full exhibit 116.
Next photograph.
This is as well going to be inside the shed. There's a picture of a ladder, some more clothes tossed around.
Is that a true and accurate photograph?
It is.
We have to make that 118.
118. I'm sorry, 117.
Is it 117? I'm sorry. 117, sorry. I had myself. Next photograph.
It's going to be a close-up of a dirty sock and like a medicine syringe.
Were they located inside the shed
They
as
were,
well?
yes. They were within the ladder.
Make that 118, Judge.
118.
Next photo.
It's going to be a close-up of the medicine syringe that was inside the shed.
Is that a true and accurate photo?
It is.
We have to make that 119. Next photograph, please.
These next couple are taken from outside the shed, once they had already been removed. And this is a picture of a baby swing, and it's got just a whole bunch of stains on it.
All right. Is that a true and accurate photograph of what it looked like?
Yes.
We have to make that exhibit 120. Next photo.
This next one is just a close-up of the swing where the stains were on the outside, just showing that the stains went all the way through the swing.
That photo accurately reflect the condition of it?
It does.
We have to make that exhibit 121. Next one.
The next one is going to be a Mickey and Minnie bottle with what appears to be milk still in the bottom of it, and it had been removed from the shed when the picture was took.
We have to make that exhibit 122.
And that is an accurate state or picture.
Next photo.
It's just a close-up of the exact same bottle, just showing you about how much liquid was in the bottom of it when we took it out of the shed.
Okay. You all did not in any way empty it, manipulate it, do anything
No.
else before you? All right. We have to make that exhibit 123. Next photograph.
This is the onesie that I was talking about at the beginning. I don't know if y'all remember me talking about a onesie that was laying on the floor of the shed. This is going to be a close-up of the onesie once we removed it from the shed. It shows that there's brown stains toward where her butt would have been, and there's yellow orangish stains toward the collar of the onesie and the sleeve.
We have to make that exhibit 124. Next photo, please.
And this is just going to be a close-up of the stain where her butt would have been on the onesie, where it's brownish green.
Is that the same onesie that was from?
It's the same
prior?
onesie, yeah. It's just a close-up.
We have to make that exhibit 125. Next photograph.
Just various baby toys that was found from inside the shed that we removed.
Is it a true and accurate photograph?
Yes.
We have to make that exhibit 126. Next photo.
The next photo is going to be the medicine syringe that we removed from the shed.
We have to make that exhibit 127. Next photo.
It's going to be a bottle that we removed from the shed, and it's discolored with some sort of brown substance.
Is that a true and accurate photograph?
It is.
We have to make that exhibit 128. Next photo.
It's just going to be baby pants that we removed from the shed.
We have to make that exhibit 129. Next one.
It's going to be the cloth bib that I talked about in a prior picture that we removed from the shed.
Is that a true and accurate photograph?
It is.
We have to make that exhibit 130. Next photo.
It's going to be a little baby sweater with various brownish, yellowish stains on it.
Is that also removed from the shed?
It was.
We have to make that exhibit 131. Next photo.
It's going to be a close-up of the baby clothing.
Same item as in the previous.
Yes, same item.
We have to make that exhibit 132. Next photo.
Little baby shorts. It says 6 months old for the size. They're dark blue.
And again, were those found in the shed?
They all were, yes.
Okay. We have to make that exhibit 133. Next photo.
It's just going to be the top of a baby bottle.
Is that a true and accurate photo?
It is.
Make that exhibit 134. Next photo.
It's going to be a baby suction that we removed from the shed.
We can make that exhibit 135. Next photo, please.
A baby blanket that we removed from the shed with yellow stains on it.
Is that a true and accurate photograph?
It
That
is.
item? We can make that exhibit 136.
136.
Next photo.
This is a white trash bag that we removed from inside the shed. It appears to have various blankets inside.
We can make that exhibit 137. Next photo.
It's going to be the contents inside that white trash bag, and it looks like it's going to be a couple blankets and a cloth bib.
And have those items been removed from the bag that they were originally in?
Yes, they were removed from the bag.
We have to make that exhibit 138. Next photo.
It's going to be a child's toy. It's a little pink bear we removed from the shed.
We can make that exhibit 139. Next photo.
It's going to be baby pants. They're light blue in color.
Is that a true and accurate photo of that item?
It is.
We have to make it exhibit 140. Next photo.
It's going to be a cloth bib that we removed from the shed with various stains on it as well.
We can make that exhibit 141. Next photo, please.
It's going to be a red blanket we removed from the shed.
We have to make that exhibit 142. Next photo.
That's it.
That's it. Okay. Yeah, we approached it. I'm going to hand you up, I think was about 40 more photos.
Okay.
Have you look through them and see if you can identify what those are photos of.
These all appear to come from inside that storage shed.
Okay. Are they true and accurate photos of the items that you all removed and took from the shed out at the Boswell property that night?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, introduce them individually. I think that will take us numbers 143 through 181.
I know it takes a long time, but I try to keep a list.
Okay.
So that later
Okay.
in the trial, we have to go through a specific
Okay.
photograph.
All right. So we just have her go through them
Just the way
individually.
you would do it.
All right. That's fine.
All right.
Start back up, Lieutenant Gillum. If you would, for the first photograph there, tell me what you're looking at.
It's going to be another medicine syringe.
Judge, we make that 143.
Actually, if there's no objection, they'll all be moved in as their respective number. So I don't have to, you say 143, and I have to say it They're all gonna be full exhibits. Just read the number when you get it.
Okay.
So you will know what it is.
Okay,
That way I can keep writing it down.
okay, that's fine. Next photo, please.
It's going to be a pink bottle with various brown stains on it.
We have to make that 144. Next photo.
It's various baby clothing, cloth bibs, and a toy rattle.
We have to make that 145.
This next one's going to be just a closer view of those exact items I just described. The same, yeah, the same picture, just
145.
zoomed
All right.
in.
And we have to make that 146. Next photo.
Just various bottles and the caps of bottles.
We have to make that exhibit 147. Next photo.
A little Mickey and Minnie sweatshirt for a baby.
Move that in as exhibit 148. Next photo, please.
I'm not really sure exactly the proper name for this, but it's like a measuring cup for like medicine liquid.
Is that a true and accurate photo?
It is.
Make that exhibit 149. Next photo.
A little jumper, a little onesie.
We have to make that 150. Next photo.
The pillow that I described in the first set of photos with the brownish stain on it, that's going to be that pillow removed from the shed. A picture of it.
We have to make that 151. Next photograph, please.
Another little onesie.
We have to make that 152. Next photo.
This is another onesie covered in what appears to be dirt.
We have to make that 153. The next photo.
This is another onesie. It's got some various stains on it.
We have to make that 154. Next photograph, please.
Another medicine syringe.
Make that 155. Next photo.
This one's going to be another onesie. It's black in color with gypsy princess on it.
156. The next photo, please.
This is going to be medicine. It looks like it's prescribed to Evelyn M. Boswell, and it's some sort of ointment. I can't pronounce that the name of the ointment.
All right, is that a true and accurate photograph? Which
It is.
Collected? Be exhibit 157. Next photo, please.
And it's just going to be another up close of that exact ointment that I just described.
Make that 158. Next photograph, please.
The tube of the ointment was brought out of the packaging, and that's what this is going to be a picture of. It looks like it's supposed to go in the eye.
We have to make that exhibit 159. Next photo, please.
It's going to be a sippy cup.
Move that as 160. Next photo.
Another sippy cup. This one's pink in color.
Make that 161. Next one, please.
It's going to be a close-up of that pink sippy cup that I just described.
Move that as 162. Next photo, please.
This is going to be the cap of a bottle, and it's got brown stuff all over it.
We have to make that 163. Next photo.
It's going to be a passy.
Exhibit 164. Next photograph, please.
2 baby spoons.
Move to make that 165. Next photo.
This is going to be a diaper bag that is unzipped, but all the items are still inside untouched. And it appears to be some medicine, a Mountain Dew can, some diapers, and just various things that I can see so far.
We have to make that exhibit 166. Next photo.
This is going to be the medicine inside the diaper bag. It looks like it's going to be children's Tylenol.
To make that 167. Next photo.
It's going to be close up of the children's Tylenol in the diaper bag, and it looks like it's got some food and a cloth towel around it with some stains on it.
Make that 168. Next photo.
This is going to be another picture of the inside of the diaper bag showing the same thing, the Mountain Dew can with the cloth towel.
We have to make that 169. Next photo, please.
This is going to be a children's spoon, and on one end of the spoon, it is got black residue on it.
We have to make that number 170. Next photo.
Mac and cheese baby food.
Move that as exhibit 171. Next photo, please.
This is going to be some sort of tissue paper with brownish red stains on it.
Move that as exhibit 172. And next photo.
It's just going to be another angle of the tissue paper with the brownish red stain.
Move that as exhibit 173. Next photo.
It's going to be a suitcase with various clothing items inside.
Move that as exhibit 174. Next photo.
It's going to be a red wagon, and inside the wagon there's a baby doll, some baby shampoo, wipes, and a suction.
Move to make that exhibit 175. Next photo.
This is going to be a picture of the items beside the wagon inside. And it's got clothing, a car seat. It looks like a little bunny rabbit, teddy bear type thing.
Move that as exhibit 176. Next photo.
This is going to be inside of another diaper bag, and it's stained with brownish, reddish type substance.
Move that as exhibit 177. Next photo.
This is a cardboard box, and inside the box is several white bags.
Move that as Exhibit 178. Next photo.
And this is going to be a big black trash bag, and inside of it is clothing, toys, all things for a baby.
Move that as Exhibit 179. Next photo.
It's going to be 5 tubes of diaper rash cream.
Move to make that Exhibit 180. Next photo.
It's going to be a Mickey mini blanket with a brownish red stain in the middle.
Move to make that Exhibit 181.
That's it.
All right. Judge, I think they've all been admitted at this point. I would move to publish them to the jury. Take a Gillum, I put up what's been introduced as Exhibit 101. What are we looking at there?
That's going back to the very first picture. It's going to be outside the shed when the door was opened, exactly how the contents were when the door was opened, untouched.
You all had not moved anything at this point?
No, sir.
(102).
Contents inside the shed. I believe that's a swing type thing and some various clothing items.
(103).
That's going to be the contents inside the shed. There you can see a Mickey and Minnie bottle with some liquid still inside.
(104).
And that's going to be a cardboard box with clothes and a bag on top.
(105).
That's just going to be a close-up of that cardboard box, and it's kind of showing you there the top of a bottle.
(106).
Again, it's zoomed in on the top of the bottle. That's going to be
107.
sorry. That's going to be the suction thing that we removed from the shed.
(108).
That's going to be a bottle that we located inside the shed.
(109).
A piece of baby clothing.
(110).
And that's going to be a onesie on the floor of the shed, along with a pillow there on the left-hand side.
Are those the items that are sitting below the pillow? Can you tell what those are there?
Looks like diapers. Or are you talking about right below the pillow?
Yes.
Yeah, those are diapers.
And I think you have a laser pointer sitting beside you there on the stand. It looks like a.
Oh. Yes.
Sorry. If you could, on the screen up there, point out where we're talking about.
Oh, right here, diapers.
All right.
And that's going to be the pillow, and then there's the onesie.
Thank you. And Exhibit 111.
That's the onesie I described, and these are the stains that I talked about.
112.
It's going to be the pillow with the brownish stain and then a blanket.
113.
Again, it's the same picture, just a little bit closer up to show you that pillow and blanket. There's going to be a cloth bib right there on the floor.
Did you all collect that?
We did.
115.
Again, just showing you the contents there on the floor of that shed.
And for the items that you collected, did you collect all the items that were identified as, or how did you make decisions as far as what you collected?
No, we collected the cloth bib and then this little article of child's clothing. Pretty much anything baby related went.
Exhibit 116.
There was a ladder on the floor of the shed, and this is just a depiction of the contents around that ladder.
117.
It zoomed in a little bit, but you'll see right here is a medical syringe.
And you're indicating an area just inside the metal ladder that's depicted.
Yes,
The
there should be a
photograph.
closer up photo of it next.
118. Can you see it better there?
It's right there. Sorry, I'm a little shaky.
All right. Is it syringes? We're looking at the photograph. It's kind of on the left-hand side. Is it slightly pinkish color? Is that what we're looking at?
It is. There's a blue, what I think is a wipe case, and then it sits directly to the left of that blue wipe case.
And I'm going to show you 119, which I think might give you a little better.
Yes. Right there.
Is that a close-up image of that syringe?
It is.
Exhibit 120.
That's going to be the child swing that was taken from inside the shed.
121.
And then this is what I was talking about, if you recall, where I said it shows the stain went through the entire swing. You can see right there what I'm talking about.
All right. So we're looking at the bottom. We're looking at the photograph. That's the bottom, the base of the.
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 122.
It's going to be a Mickey Minnie bottle.
Do there appear to be any sort of substance inside the bottle?
There appears to be some milky, whitish looking liquid. He just shy of the bottom of the cup.
Exhibit 123.
That depicts a little bit better where the liquid is inside the cup.
Exhibit 124.
This is going to be the onesie that was on the floor of the shed. I see a stain on the cuff there of the arm, the collar up here, and then of course, right toward the bottom.
And looking at that same item, I believe, Exhibit 125.
Yes, that's going to be a close-up of the stain.
And is that, you lifted the flap there on the bottom of the outfit. Is that what we're looking at?
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Exhibit 126.
Just various baby toys.
Number 127.
A medicine syringe.
128.
A bottle.
$129.
Child pants.
$130.
A cloth bib.
And again, all these items you all found inside the shed. Is that correct?
Every item, yes, was taken from inside the shed.
Number 131.
Another article of baby clothing, and then there's a stain. I believe it's right there.
Let me show you 132, which may give a little better view.
Yes,
Is that
that's the
that
exact same article of clothing where the stain is right there.
Exhibit 133.
Baby shorts.
Number 134.
The top of a bottle.
135.
A baby's suction.
Number 136.
A blanket.
And these photos that are taken of these individual items, you all have removed them from the shed. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And took them back over to, it looks like, to the sheriff's office to photograph them.
Yes, they were in our evidence.
Number 137.
That's going to be a white trash bag with various blankets inside.
And showing you 138. So that's the same bag of blankets there.
That's going to be the contents inside the bag, yes.
All right. So you've removed them from
Correct.
the bag at that point. Number 139.
Just a child's toy, little bear.
Exhibit 140.
Pants.
Was it the condition of the pants when you found them? Were they turned inside out like that? Or did
Yes.
you all manipulate them?
Yes. How they each show in the picture is exactly how we found them.
Exhibit 141.
It's a cloth bib.
Number 142.
A red blanket.
143.
Another medicine syringe.
$144.
A baby's bottle.
Number 145.
Just various articles of clothing. I think there's a blanket, a little toy rattle.
And all these items were found together.
Yes.
Show you 146.
That is just going to be a close-up of those items, just a little bit more in detail. You can see what appears to be a sock there with some stains on it, like a little bow headband there. Just a close-up.
All right. Exhibit 147.
Various bottles and their lids.
148.
A Mickey mini sweatshirt for a baby.
Number 149.
Looks like a type of a measuring cup for some sort of medicine liquid.
150.
It's going to be a onesie.
$151.
That is going to be the pillow from inside the shed once it was removed.
Number 152.
It's another baby's onesie.
And 153.
Another onesie.
$154.
And that's going to be another onesie with various stains. You can see it toward the collar here and then more toward the bottom.
Number 155.
Medicine syringe.
$156.
Another onesie.
Appears to still be on a hanger. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Exhibit 157.
That's going to be the eye ointment.
158.
The ointment removed from the box.
159.
A close-up of the ointment tube.
All right. It looks like it says it's erythromycin
Yes.
ophthalmic ointment.
Yes.
$160.
A sippy cup.
161,
Another sippy cup.
162,
And that's just going to be a close up of the previous sippy cup.
163,
That's going to be the lid of a sippy cup. It just shows the various stains on it, the blackish brownish stains.
164,
A passy.
165,
2 baby spoons.
166,
It looks to be a diaper bag, and that's the contents inside the diaper bag.
Is that before you removed any of the items from the diaper bag?
Yes, sir.
167.
That's going to be the bottle of children's Tylenol that was inside the diaper bag.
So that was found in the diaper bag that was shown in the previous.
Yes, sir.
exhibit. 168,
There it is in the diaper bag beside the baby's food and the cloth.
169,
Just another angle of inside the diaper bag.
exhibit 170,
That's going to be a children's spoon with some sort of black residue substance there on the end of the spoon.
exhibit 171,
That's going to be the mac and cheese.
had it been opened or was it unopened?
I can't. It looks like it's been an end has been opened. Just the way the packaging was.
Exhibit 172,
That is going to be the piece of tissue paper with the brownish red substance on it.
173,
And that's just another angle of the exact same tissue paper with the brownish red substance.
number 174,
A suitcase with just various clothing items inside.
175,
That's going to be the red wagon. As you can see, there's baby shampoo here, a suction, some wipes, a baby doll.
for 176,
There's going to be a car seat and just some various clothing items.
number 177,
The inside of another bag that we found from inside the shed with some stains there on the side.
exhibit 178,
It's going to be a cardboard box with several white bags.
exhibit 179,
A black trash bag with various clothing and toys for all for a baby inside.
number 180,
The 5 tubes of diaper rash cream.
number 181,
Appears to be a child's blanket with a brownish red stain on it.
and all these items were collected and taken out of the shed.
Yes, sir. Every item.
Detective Gillum, you testified earlier about the interview that you did with Ms. Boswell over at the sheriff's office.
Yes,
Sheriff's office located here in Bluntville, correct?
correct.
That's Sullivan County.
Yes,
All right. The property that you went out to search, Tommy Boswell's, out on Muddy Creek Road.
yes. Muddy Creek is in Bluntville, inside Sullivan County.
If you would answer any questions that you still have for you.
Y'all come up here a minute.
Detective Gilliam, the items you collected, all these photographs we've admitted, were any of those items sent to TBI lab for testing?
I'm not sure if they were or not.
You weren't involved in that.
No, I was not.
You just collected them.
Correct.
Okay. Let's go back hour and a half or so to the interview we watched.
Uh-huh.
You talked to Megan on February the 18th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What time of day was that?
It was in the evening. It was after working hours.
Okay, if you could help me narrow it down a little bit more than that. So when did working hours end?
Between 4 and 5. That interview probably took place around 6:30, maybe even 7.
Okay. She had an earlier interview with Tracy Haraz and a DCS worker. I think you seemed to reference that in your interview.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of time gap between those two interviews?
I know when the referral first came out was right at 4 to 5 that day. And that's when Tracy and the DCS worker went to the residence and brought Megan back to the sheriff's office and had their interview. So I would say their interview might have took place around 5:36.
Okay. And your interview was basically just a follow-up on their interview?
Yes, sir.
Continuation, so to speak.
Yes.
All right. All the questions I have.
Redirect.
Nothing from the judge.
Will she still be under subpoena? Or should she be released?
We'll keep her under subpoena, Judge, but she might be released at this time.
You'll still be subject to subpoena. So don't, you can leave the courthouse, but make sure you're available. Do not discuss your testimony with any other witness or allow any other witness to discuss their testimony with you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stop right there for today. You're going to get tired of hearing these admonitions. I'm just going to tell you that now. You're not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with this trial. You're not to form or express any opinion about the case until it is finally submitted to you. You're to report promptly to the court any incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any jury member or a juror's violation of the court's admonitions. You're not to read, watch, or listen to any news reports concerning this case. You're to decide this case solely on the evidence introduced in this trial. You can go with the officer.
Everyone please stand.
You may be seated. The lawyers at the sidewalk. So you can duck. Look for what that means. Talk to him, you don't want to be in the way. Oh, okay. All right, folks. with the media. Now, I don't know how many times I said, don't put the camera somewhere and then listen to me. Your freedom depends on it. I don't know how many times I said, leading up to this trial and the first day of this trial, that you're not to zoom in close-ups of the defense lawyer, his client, his computer, or the same for the state. Now, I get a note from my assistant just a moment ago that you're zooming in on Mr. Scott's laptop to the point that you can see exactly what he was doing. That's an absolute violation of Rule 30. It's an absolute violation of this court's order. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to give you one warning. If it happens again, the media will be excluded from the rest of the trial, and you'll find yourself in jail. Now, I know that there was another person in here running the camera earlier today. At least I thought there was another person in here, not you.
No, sir, it wouldn't. I don't think that would be the case.
Okay. You talk to whoever else is going to be operating that camera, and you had better heed my warning. Okay?
And if I did do that, it was inadvertent. I wasn't trying to shoot anything on the computer screen.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now,
People.
my assistant came in here and she wouldn't have done it. And I told her to have the feed up in there and be monitoring it because I'm worried about the jury, but now I'm worried about attorney-client privilege. Okay? Don't let it happen again. Now, we'll be in recess till, I think we're going to start at about, do y'all want to start at 10 or 10:30? I was thinking 10:30 to about 4 tomorrow. If you have that many witnesses, you can line. Huh?
Oh, it's already been. That's what it's on the box. I just wanted to make sure I don't have it done. I'm not gonna be. Her lawyer has it up. So I say you quickly change it up.
All right. We'll start back at 10:30. That's tomorrow.
Court stands in recess.